Hello there, my sleepy hearts. Tonight, we follow the entire story of Bella Swan through the Twilight Saga. An ordinary girl who chose impossible love over safety, who discovered that her hidden strength would be enough to protect everyone she loved from ancient powers that had ruled for 3,000 years. Bella Swan's story is one of forbidden longing. A girl drawn to darkness when she should have run toward light, who found that immortality warmed her more than her own human blood ever could. So, there's one thing I need to ask you guys. Please subscribe and help me reach my goal of 1,000 subscribers before the end of the year. There's a lot of hard work that goes into these stories, and your support truly means a lot. Thank you. As you settle in, I'm curious where you're listening from and what time it is where you are. You can tell me in the comments. Alright, let's get cozy now. Close your eyes. Breathe in very slowly and let her journey from fragile human to indestructible protector carry you gently into rest. Isabella Marie Swan was born September 13th, 1987 in Forks, Washington, to Charlie Swan and Renee Dwyer. Her early childhood spent in the small Olympic Peninsula town, where rain fell constantly and where green dominated every view in ways that her mother found suffocating, and that her father found comforting in their fundamental differences about what constituted proper environment for raising family and for building life together. Her parents' marriage dissolved when she was still young. The incompatibility between Charlie's quiet, steady nature and Renee's flighty, creative spirit, creating friction that even their genuine affection for each other could not adequately resolve. Across years of attempting to make opposing temperaments work in partnership that required compromise neither was fully capable of sustaining. Their divorce when Bella was infant or toddler, meaning she retained no memory of her parents together, and no memory of family unit that predated the careful visitation arrangements and the summer months in Forks that punctuated her primarily Phoenix-based childhood with her mother. Renee took Bella to Arizona, where sunshine and heat replaced rain and cold. Her mother's personality better suited to desert landscape and to communities where her artistic temperament and her scattered approach to life seemed more acceptable than they had in Forks, where Charlie's position as police chief required certain respectability and required certain stability that Renee had never quite managed to maintain. Bella's childhood with her mother involved role reversal that occurred gradually and then completely. The daughter becoming caretaker for mother, whose inability to manage practical aspects of existence like paying bills on time or remembering appointments or maintaining employment meant that Bella learned responsibility and learned household management at an age when most children were still being cared for rather than providing care. Her maturity developing prematurely through necessity rather than through natural inclination when someone had to ensure their lives functioned adequately enough to prevent complete chaos. Her summer visits to Forks provided respite from caretaking duties, but introduced different awkwardness in relationship with Charlie, whose love for his daughter was genuine, but whose ability to express that love was limited by his natural reticence and by his discomfort with emotional displays that came more naturally to Renee, despite her practical failures. Father and daughter developed a pattern of comfortable silence and practical affection, expressed through actions rather than words. Charlie showing love through ensuring Bella had what she needed, and through his quiet presence, while Bella showed love through not demanding more emotional availability than he was capable of providing. Their relationship working within constraints of his personality and within limitations of seeing each other only during summer months that were pleasant, but that never quite developed into closeness that year-round parenting might have created. Renee's marriage to Phil Dwyer when Bella was in high school introduced new complication to their established life. The minor league baseball player whose career required constant travel, creating a situation where Renee wanted to accompany her new husband, but felt obligated to maintain stable home for Bella, who was finishing high school and who needed consistent environment during final years before college. Bella recognized her mother's sacrifice and recognized her mother's unhappiness at remaining stationary when she wanted to travel with Phil, the recognition leading to Bella's decision in January of 2005 to move to Forks permanently for her final year and a half of high school. Her reasoning being that she could live with Charlie and free Renee to travel with her husband without guilt about abandoning teenage daughter who would be fine with her father in town, where Bella had spent summers and where transition would be manageable even if unwelcome. The decision represented typical Bella pattern of self-sacrifice and practical assessment of others' needs, superseding her own preferences, her dislike of Forks and her dislike of rain and her dislike of small-town life, where everyone knew everyone, being subordinated to a recognition that her presence in Phoenix was preventing her mother's happiness in new marriage. Charlie's joy at having his daughter live with him full-time was obvious despite his inability to articulate that joy in anything beyond practical statements about her room being ready and about her truck being arranged. His delight at this unexpected gift of additional years with Bella, something he felt deeply even if he could not express adequately through words that had never been his strong communication method. September of 2005 brought Bella to Forks permanently. Her arrival during early autumn, when rain had already established its dominance and when grey skies had settled in for their typical 8-month residency, creating immediate reminder of why she had never particularly enjoyed her summer visits despite loving her father. The truck waiting for her represented Charlie's characteristic practical affection. The 1953 Chevrolet pickup purchased from Billy Black, being old enough to seem almost comically ancient, but being functional enough to provide Bella with transportation and with independence that teenager required even in small town, where everything was theoretically within walking distance, if one was willing to walk in constant rain that made such walking unpleasant, despite the short distances involved. Her first day at Forks High School in mid-September demonstrated the smallness of the community and demonstrated the attention that new student received in school, where everyone had known everyone since kindergarten, and where new additions to student body were rare enough to generate immediate interest from classmates who wanted to know about the chief's daughter, who had been summer visitor but who was now permanent resident. Jessica Stanley attached herself to Bella immediately, with a kind of friendly possessiveness that characterized girls who wanted to be first to befriend newcomer and who wanted to establish themselves as Bella's guide to school social structures. Her chatter about teachers and students and social hierarchies providing more information than Bella particularly wanted about people she would be spending next year and a half with in building that was smaller than her Phoenix school, and that felt almost claustrophobic in its intimacy where privacy seemed impossible. Angela Weber proved more genuinely kind than Jessica, whose friendliness contained elements of social calculation. Her quiet presence and her lack of need to fill every silence with chatter making her more comfortable companion for Bella, whose own preference for silence and whose own discomfort with being center of attention made Angela's understated approach more appealing than Jessica's enthusiastic welcome. Mike Newton's immediate interest in Bella registered as complication she had not anticipated. His golden retriever friendliness and his obvious attraction creating situation where she would need to navigate his feelings without encouraging them when she had no romantic interest in him. But when she needed friends in school, where she knew no one, beyond summer acquaintances from childhood visits that had not created lasting connections. The Cullen family's entrance into the cafeteria during her first week created immediate disruption to Bella's assessment of Forks as ordinary small town, populated by ordinary people living ordinary lives. The 5 students who entered together and who sat apart from everyone else possessing beauty that exceeded normal human parameters and possessing stillness that suggested fundamental difference from the loud, energetic teenagers surrounding them. Jessica's explanation identified them as Dr. Cullen's foster children, the improbably beautiful family living together, creating scandal and creating fascination among Fork students who had never quite accepted the Cullens despite their years in town, and despite their polite distance from social dramas that characterized high school existence. Edward Cullen drew Bella's attention with intensity she did not understand and could not adequately explain. His copper hair and his perfect features and his obvious separation from his siblings, despite sitting with them registering as magnetic in ways that transcended simple physical attraction and that suggested recognition she had no basis for experiencing when they had never met and when she knew nothing about him beyond Jessica's gossip about the Cullen family dynamics. His sudden look directly at her across the cafeteria created moments of connection that Bella felt physically. His golden eyes meeting hers with expressions she could not read, but that seemed to contain interest or perhaps assessment, before he looked away and returned his attention to his family, whose conversation she could not hear across the distance, but whose body language suggested the kind of ease and intimacy that came from long association. Biology class seating assignment placed Bella directly next to Edward Cullen in laboratory partnership that would last a semester, the placement being random chance that would determine everything that followed, even though neither Bella nor Edward recognized the significance. When she walked into classroom on her first day and found only one open seat at blacktop lab table, where extraordinarily beautiful bronze-haired student sat alone. His reaction to her approach was immediate and was viscerally hostile, his body going rigid and his hand coming up to cover his nose and mouth, while his black eyes, no longer golden as they had been in cafeteria days earlier, fixed on her with expression that combined hunger with hatred in ways that Bella recognized as danger, even though she had no context for understanding what she had done to provoke such extreme response from stranger who should have been neutral toward new lab partner he had never met. The hour passed with Edward maintaining maximum distance within the constraints of shared table, his body angled away from her and his breathing carefully controlled through his mouth rather than his nose in pattern that Bella noticed despite his attempts at subtlety. His tension so obvious that she felt it as physical presence between them, creating atmosphere that made concentration on teacher's lecture about cellular anatomy impossible, when all her attention focused on the hostile, beautiful stranger beside her, who seemed to be enduring torture through simple proximity to her presence. His departure at Bell was swift enough to seem like flight, his movement through door faster than seemed quite natural, even though Bella could not articulate exactly what about his exit seemed wrong beyond the speed and the desperation that characterized his escape from classroom, where he had spent hours in visible agony. Edward's absence from school for the following week created questions that Bella asked herself, despite knowing that his attendance was none of her business, and despite recognizing that his absence probably represented relief for him if her presence caused the kind of distress his body language had communicated during their single shared class period. Jessica's information that Edward had never missed school before and that an entire Cullen family was absent suggested family emergency or family trip, but something about the timing felt connected to Bella's arrival, even though rational assessment suggested that new student could not possibly have driven entire family away from school through simple existence. His return the following Monday brought relief. Bella did not want to acknowledge and did not want to examine too closely his presence in biology class with golden eyes instead of black eyes, and with polite distance instead of hostile tension, creating entirely different dynamic that confused her more than his initial reaction had, when at least hatred was comprehensible even if undeserved, while this careful courtesy felt calculated and felt wrong in ways she could not articulate. His introduction of himself as Edward Cullen and his apology for being rude the previous week suggested deliberate decision to start again with better behavior, his extended hand for handshake creating moments of contact when his cold, marble-hard skin touched hers, and when his eyes registered something she could not interpret beyond recognition, that physical contact affected him in ways that simple proximity had not. Their conversations during lab work developed gradually across subsequent weeks, as Edward's careful politeness transformed into something approaching genuine interaction. His questions about her life and her move to Forks, demonstrating interest that seemed authentic, even though Bella suspected he was forcing himself toward friendliness that did not come naturally when his initial hostility had been so pronounced. His intelligence was obvious in classroom discussions and in their lab partnership. His understanding of complex biological concepts exceeding what high school curriculum required and what most students possessed. His occasional slips into knowledge that seemed beyond his apparent age, creating questions Bella noticed, but did not voice, because asking would have required acknowledging that she was paying far more attention to Edward Cullen than was warranted by simple lab partnership or simple curiosity about hostile, beautiful stranger who had become carefully friendly, beautiful stranger without adequate explanation for the transformation. Port Angeles shopping trip in late winter provided catalyst for change in their careful dance of controlled interaction and unexplained tension. Jessica and Angela's invitation to accompany them for prom dress shopping, giving Bella excuse to escape Forks for afternoon, even though she had no intention of attending prom and no need for dress that such attendance would require. The bookstore visit, while Jessica and Angela shopped, allowed Bella to pursue her actual interest in small independent store whose shelves contained titles that Forks' library lacked, her selection of books and her timing of departure putting her on Dark Street corner at precise moment, when group of men whose intentions were obvious from their catcalls and their aggressive approach cornered her in situation that her mind recognized as dangerous, even before her body registered the fear that came from being female and alone and outnumbered by males whose interest in her was predatory. Edward's silver Volvo appearing from nowhere, and Edward's furious voice ordering her into the car represented rescue that should have been impossible, given that he had no way of knowing where she was or knowing that she needed help. His presence at exact right moment defying probability and defying explanation that did not involve surveillance or coincidence too extreme to be believable. His fury during the drive away from her attackers exceeded what situation seemed to warrant, unless his anger was directed at the men rather than at her stupidity in walking alone. His hands gripping steering wheel with enough force that she heard creaking, and his questions about whether she wanted him to go back and deal with them, suggesting violence that his controlled civilized demeanor had not previously indicated he was capable of contemplating. Dinner at Italian restaurant in Port Angeles created space for questions Bella had been accumulating across months of careful observation and careful interaction with Edward, whose contradictions and whose impossibilities had been mounting to point where she needed answers, even though she suspected that asking would change everything between them in ways that could not be reversed. His knowledge that she had been in danger before he could have witnessed the situation, his impossible appearance at exact right moment, his excessive fury at threat to her safety, his marble hard coal skin, his inhuman beauty, his golden eyes that had been black, his absences from school coinciding with sunny days. The evidence was accumulating, but was pointing toward conclusion that rational mind could not accept because vampires were fiction and not reality, regardless of what all evidence suggested when examined without prejudice against impossible explanations. The research began the following day when Bella returned home from the Port Angeles rescue, with more questions than Edward's careful deflections had answered. His obvious evasion of direct responses about how he had known where to find her and how he had arrived so impossibly quickly, creating certainty that something fundamental about Edward Cullen defied normal explanation, even though her rational mind continued resisting the conclusion that evidence was pointing towards with increasing clarity. She remembered Jacob Black's comment during beach visit to La Push weeks earlier, his joking reference to Quileute legends about cold ones, and his mention of Carlisle Cullen's coven being unwelcome on reservation land due to treaty that his tone had suggested was both serious and ridiculous simultaneously, the contradiction making sense only if the legends were true and if the treaty was real, despite sounding like folklore designed to entertain tourists, rather than actual historical agreement between supernatural beings and Native American tribe. Google searches starting with Quileute legends led to websites about tribal mythology and about stories passed through generations. The Cold Ones described as beautiful immortal beings who drank blood and who were traditionally enemies of the wolf spirit warriors who protected the tribe from predation. The descriptions matching Edward's physical characteristics and matching the Cullen family's inhuman beauty in ways that made Bella's hand shake, while she typed additional search terms into browser that was revealing information she simultaneously wanted and feared. Vampire folklore from multiple cultures described beings who were cold to touch, who possessed supernatural strength and speed, who did not age, who were lethally dangerous to humans, who drank blood to survive, whose appearance was often described as inhumanly beautiful, whose eyes changed color based on hunger or diet. Every characteristic matching observations she had accumulated about Edward across months of interaction that had seemed strange, but that had not coalesced into coherent explanation until this moment when vampire mythology was providing framework that made all contradictions and all impossibilities suddenly make perfect, terrible sense. Her mind rejected the conclusion even as evidence overwhelmed rejection. The struggle between rational assessment of accumulated facts and fundamental disbelief in supernatural beings creating cognitive dissonance that kept her awake through the night, while rain pounded against her window and while she cycled through denial and acceptance and terror and fascination in patterns that resolved nothing, but then confirmed she needed direct confrontation with Edward to either confirm or deny the impossible conclusion that her research was supporting. Sleep deprivation and obsessive certainty made her reckless the following day at school when she approached Edward after biology class and demanded they talk somewhere private. His immediate agreement and his selection of forest behind school suggesting he had been anticipating this conversation and had perhaps been hoping for it despite the danger that her knowledge represented to his family's secrecy and to their carefully maintained human facade. The woods conversation occurred in clearings sufficiently distant from school buildings that their voices would not carry and that their absence would not be immediately noticed. Edward's stillness while he waited for her to speak, demonstrating the supernatural control she had witnessed but had not fully recognized as inhuman until this moment when she was looking for evidence of his difference and was finding it in every aspect of his posture and his breathing and his absolute lack of the tiny fidgeting movements that characterize normal human existence. Her request that he say out loud what he was met with his counter-request that she say it first. His need to hear her speak the word aloud before he would confirm creating moment of choice where she could still retreat into denial or could step forward into knowledge that would change everything about her understanding of reality and about her relationship with Edward, whose danger she had sensed but had not adequately appreciated. When vampire was folklore rather than concrete description of predator sitting 3 feet away from her in forest where no one would hear her scream. Vampire. The word hung between them after she whispered it, her voice barely audible even in forest silence, but the syllables clear enough that Edward's visible relief confirmed what her research and her instincts had been insisting against her rational mind's protests. His explanation came in careful, measured sentences that revealed what he was, while attempting to minimize the horror through intellectual framing that treated vampire nature as biological reality rather than as moral condemnation. His description of his family as vegetarians who survived on animal blood rather than human blood, providing distinction that mattered enormously in terms of body count, but that did not change fundamental reality that he was predator designed by nature or by transformation to hunt humans whose blood called to vampire instinct regardless of philosophical commitments to alternative diet that required constant discipline and constant resistance to design specifications that had optimized vampire physiology for human predation. Carlyle Cullen's history emerged through Edward's explanation as origin story for the vegetarian lifestyle and as explanation for how family of vampires could exist in human community without constant massacre. The compassionate doctor who had been transformed in 1660s in London and who had spent centuries developing discipline and developing philosophy that rejected vampire nature's apparent requirement for human death. His eventually creation of family through transforming those who were dying and who wanted chance a continued existence, even if that existence would be forever changed by vampire transformation that would make them beautiful and would make them strong, but would also make them dependent on blood and would make them fundamentally different from the humans they had been. Edward himself had been transformed in 1918 during Spanish influenza epidemic that had killed his parents and that would have killed him if Carlyle had not intervened at his mother's dying request, his century of existence giving him perspective and giving him experience that made 17-year-old appearance deceptive when his consciousness contained memories spanning from World War I through present day. His gift of telepathy represented additional impossibility, layered onto basic vampire impossibility. His ability to hear thoughts of everyone around him, creating constant invasion of privacy, and creating knowledge of human nature that came from witnessing unfiltered consciousness, rather than from observing carefully controlled external behavior that people presented to world. His frustration that Bella's mind was completely silent to him had been factor in his initial interest, her immunity to his gift making her mystery when everyone else was open book, whose every thought and every desire and every secret was available to him without consent and without ability to refuse the constant noise of other minds intruding on his own consciousness. The silence of her mind represented peace and represented fascination. Her thoughts unknown, creating desire to understand her through conversation and through observation, rather than through the direct access that made everyone else tediously predictable. His confession of watching her sleep created violation that should have terrified her, and that should have ended any possibility of relationship when stalking was stalking regardless of whether stalker was human or vampire. His justification that he wanted to understand her and his admission that he found her fascinating did not adequately excuse the invasion or adequately address the predatory obsession that his behavior represented. But Bella's fear was muted by her recognition that if Edward had wanted to kill her, he had possessed countless opportunities across months of proximity and across multiple nights of watching her unconscious and vulnerable in her bedroom, when no one would have prevented her murder, his restraint suggesting that his interest was genuine rather than simply prolonged hunt, where he was savoring anticipation before inevitable kill. The meadow visit occurred days later when Edward offered to show her what sunlight did to vampire skin. His explanation that they could not be seen in direct sun, creating understanding of why Cullens were absent on rare sunny days, and why their presence in constantly cloudy Forks made strategic sense for vampires whose appearance in sunlight would immediately reveal their inhuman nature to anyone who witnessed the sparkling that Edward described, but that Bella could not quite imagine until she saw it directly. The clearing in forest was small space surrounded by trees where sunlight penetrated during afternoon when angle was correct. The remoteness ensuring no human hikers would accidentally witness what Edward was about to reveal in demonstration that would prove his vampire nature beyond any remaining doubt that Bella's mind was maintaining against accumulated evidence. His emergence into sunlight transformed him into something that transcended beauty and that approached the divine or the demonic, depending on interpretation. His skin throwing rainbow sparkles like diamond in direct light, creating an effect that was simultaneously beautiful and profoundly wrong when human skin did not behave this way, and when the crystalline reflection suggested fundamental difference in structure and in composition. He stood motionless in sunlight, allowing her to approach and to touch his sparkling arm. The cold, hard, stone-like texture under her fingers confirming that vampire skin was not simply different in appearance, but was different in substance. His body having been transformed by venom into something harder and colder and more durable than human flesh could ever be, regardless of conditioning or training. His demonstration of speed came next, when he moved from standing beside her to standing 20 yards away in motion, too fast for her eyes to track, his position changing instantaneously rather than through visible movement between locations, his return to her side occurring with same impossible speed that defied physics and that defied human capability in ways that made his restraint during their months of interaction seem even more impressive when he had been moving at human pace, despite being capable of speed that made him effectively invisible during motion. The demonstration of strength involved casual destruction of fallen tree, whose diameter exceeded 2 feet, his hand snapping ancient wood like it was dried twig, rather than solid timber that would have required axe and significant human effort to damage, his effortless power creating understanding that his physical capabilities exceeded human strength by orders of magnitude that made him fundamentally dangerous regardless of his intentions or his control. His description of her scent as his personal brand of heroin provided explanation for his initial hostile reaction during their first biology class, when her blood had called to him with intensity that exceeded normal vampire thirst and that had nearly overwhelmed his control in a room full of witnesses, where attack would have destroyed his family's secrecy and would have destroyed their carefully maintained existence in Forks. His week-long absence from school had been an attempt to stay away permanently because her presence made him dangerous in ways he had not experienced during his century of vegetarian existence. But his inability to stay away and his decision to develop control sufficient to be near her had represented choice to pursue relationship, despite danger, rather than choice to abandon attraction that was more powerful than his considerable self-discipline. The constant struggle between desire to be near her and desire to kill her formed the foundation of their relationship's danger. Edward's honesty about the battle occurring continuously in his consciousness, creating understanding that every moment together required active resistance to instinct and required active choice to value her life over satisfaction of thirst that called to him whenever wind shifted or whenever she moved in ways that spread her scent more strongly in his direction. His century of control made restraint possible, where newborn vampire would have had no capacity to resist, but possibility was not certainty, and restraint was not guarantee when vampire nature was designed specifically to make human blood irresistible and to make killing efficient and to make predation successful regardless of prey's desires or prey's resistance. Bella's acceptance came not despite the danger, but somehow incorporating the danger into her understanding of who Edward was and what their relationship would require. Her recognition that he chose her over his nature every moment, making his love more valuable rather than less valuable because it cost him something significant and because it required sacrifice rather than being easy natural extension of compatible desires. Her response, that she was not afraid of him, registered as true to her, even though rational assessment should have made fear appropriate response. When Vampire was sitting 3 feet away, describing in detail exactly how much he wanted to kill her and exactly how difficult restraint was proving across every interaction they shared. The love between them crystallized during that afternoon in Meadow, when sunlight made Edward's nature visible and when honesty made their danger explicit. Bella's recognition that she was irrevocably and completely in love with Vampire, who was beautiful and was dangerous and was choosing her despite every instinct suggesting he should kill her, creating commitment that would define everything that followed. Edward's reciprocal love was evident in his anguish at wanting both to be with her and to protect her, when those desires were contradictory in fundamental ways that made relationships seem impossible to maintain safely across time, when single moment of weakness could result in her death despite his best intentions and his considerable control. Meeting the Cullen family occurred soon after Meadow revelation. Edward's decision to introduce Bella to his family, representing acknowledgement that their relationship was serious enough to warrant family involvement and was permanent enough to require their acceptance of human girl, whose presence in their lives created complications and created dangers beyond what Edward's solo relationship with her would have entailed. The Cullen house in Forest Clearing north of Forks demonstrated their wealth and demonstrated their taste. The modern architecture and the wall of glass overlooking river, creating space that was beautiful and was sophisticated in ways that small-town doctor's salary should not have been able to afford. But that made sense when Carlyle's centuries of existence had provided time for accumulating resources and for developing investments that would support his family comfortably without requiring all of them to work, despite their maintained cover stories about their respective activities. Esme's maternal warmth welcomed Bella with genuine affection that Edward's advanced explanation of her thoughts had confirmed was real rather than performed for Edward's benefit. Her joy at Edward's happiness and her hope that Bella represented the possibility of normal relationship for adopted son, whose century of existence had been solitary, creating instant acceptance, despite reasonable concerns about human girlfriend's safety around family of vampires, whose control was generally excellent, but was not perfect. When Jasper's struggles demonstrated that vegetarian lifestyle required ongoing discipline, rather than being permanent state achieved once and then maintained effortlessly. Rosalie's hostility was immediate and was undisguised. Her resentment of Bella's humanity and her resentment of Bella's choice to involve herself with vampires when Rosalie herself would have chosen to remain human if given choice, creating friction that would persist across their relationship, despite eventual acceptance born from shared experience and shared commitment to family. Alice's enthusiasm and immediate friendship demonstrated her precognitive gifts confirmation that Bella would become a permanent part of their family, her visions having shown Bella's future with them, creating certainty about relationships' trajectory that made current human status seem temporary rather than permanent condition. Emmett's easy acceptance and Jasper's careful distance represented different responses to human presence in their home. Emmett's confidence in his own control, making him comfortable, while Jasper's decades of struggle and his empathic gifts' amplification of bloodlust made Bella's presence difficult for him in ways that were not personal, but that were practical acknowledgement of his limitations and his ongoing battle with thirst that was harder for him than for others whose gifts did not make human blood more appealing through empathic connection to human consciousness. Edward's piano playing demonstrated depth of his feeling through Bella's lullaby composition that he had written during his nights watching her sleep, the music expressing what words could not adequately convey about his love and his anguish, and his commitment to her despite impossibility and despite danger that their relationship represented to both of them. The family's acceptance with reservations created space for relationship to develop within supernatural context. Bella's regular presence at Cullen House, normalizing what should have remained strange, and making family gatherings include human girl, whose heartbeat and whose warmth and whose mortality created constant reminder of difference between her and the family she was joining through her love for Edward. The baseball game during Spring Thunderstorm represented rare moment of vampires expressing their full capabilities without human witness. Their use of thunder to mask sound of bat-hitting ball, allowing them to play with supernatural speed and supernatural strength in clearing far from human population. Bella's presence as spectator represented Edward's desire to share aspects of vampire existence that were joyful rather than dangerous. His family's playful competition demonstrating that immortality was not only struggle and was not only discipline, but included moments of freedom and included pleasure in their enhanced capabilities when context allowed full expression without exposure risk. The nomad's arrival shattered that joy and introduced threat that would test everything. James and Victoria and Laurent emerged from Forest Edge during the 8th inning, when Cullens were deep into their game and when Bella was watching from sidelines with fascination at seeing vampires express their full capabilities without restraint or without concern for human observation that their normal existence required constant vigilance to avoid. The three nomads moved with fluid grace that matched the Cullens' own supernatural movement, their appearance creating immediate tension that Bella felt before understanding its source. The shift in Cullen family's body language from playful competition to defensive assessment occurring so rapidly that human eyes could barely track the transition from game to potential confrontation. Carlyle's greeting was diplomatic and was measured, his centuries of experience with vampire social dynamics allowing him to navigate introduction with proper courtesy, while simultaneously establishing that this was Cullen territory, and that the nomads were guests whose presence required permission, and whose behavior required adherence to certain expectations about respecting established coven's territorial claim. Laurent served as spokesman for their trio. His polite response to Carlyle's welcome suggesting that these nomads understood vampire etiquette and understood protocol, even if their lifestyle as wanderers meant they did not maintain permanent territory or maintain permanent relationships with vampire authorities, who governed various regions through combination of ancient rite and demonstrated power. James's appearance suggested predator even before circumstances revealed his nature as tracker, his restless energy and his scanning gaze marking him as vampire whose focus was hunting rather than socializing, or rather than the intellectual pursuits that characterized many older vampires who had exhausted physical challenges and who sought mental stimulation across their centuries of existence. Victoria's wild beauty and her absolute focus on James demonstrated bond between them that transcended normal vampire partnerships, her devotion to him evident in her positioning and in her constant awareness of his location and his status, suggesting that their relationship was central to her existence in ways that made her dangerous through loyalty rather than through individual aggression. The invitation to join the game represented Carlyle's attempt to maintain cordial relations and to extend hospitality appropriate for nomads encountering established coven, the gesture of inclusion being both diplomatic courtesy and strategic assessment opportunity, where Cullens could evaluate nomads' capabilities and could demonstrate their own strength through casual display of their collective power. Laurent's acceptance on behalf of their group suggested interest in temporary alliance, or at minimum interest in maintaining positive relations with Coven, whose size and whose obvious coordination marked them as formidable presence in Pacific Northwest territories. The wind shift occurred during pitch, when James was batting, and when Bella's position on sidelines placed her downwind from the playing field, her scent carrying to James with devastating clarity that transformed his posture from casual athlete to focused predator in fraction of second that separated human baseball game from supernatural hunt. His crouch and his focus on Bella registered as threat before Edward's protective movement placed himself between James and Bella. The Cullen family's immediate formation around their human companion creating barrier and creating clear message that Bella was under their protection and that attacking her meant attacking all of them simultaneously. James's hunting instinct had been triggered by her scent and by the challenge of prey protected by 7 vampires whose coordination and whose gifts made them unusually dangerous opponents for Nomad whose companions were skilled but were not numerous enough or coordinated enough to overcome Cullen advantages in combat that would inevitably result if James pursued his obvious desire to hunt the human girl whose blood had called to him with intensity that his body language and his continued focus demonstrated was extraordinary even by vampire standards where human blood was universally appealing. Laurent's immediate diplomatic intervention and his apology for his companion's reaction suggested recognition that James's hunting focus was creating situation that could escalate into violence that would benefit no one. His positioning between James and the Cullens representing attempt to diffuse confrontation before it progressed beyond threatening postures into actual combat. Victoria's focus on James rather than on tactical situation demonstrated her priorities were personal rather than strategic, her concern for her mate's safety overriding any interest in the hunt or any assessment of their chances in potential battle against superior numbers whose gifts and whose coordination she could not adequately evaluate without additional information. Edward's telepathy was reading James's thoughts and was confirming what his body language suggested. His whispered updates to Carlyle about James's nature as tracker, who could not abandon Hunt once his interest was engaged, creating understanding that this situation would not resolve through simple departure or through diplomatic assurances that Bella was off limits. The nomad's retreat from clearing occurred with Laurent maintaining diplomatic fiction that they were simply moving on, and that James's reaction was momentary interest rather than beginning of dedicated hunt. His performance allowing both groups to separate without immediate violence, while acknowledging through subtext that everyone present understood James would pursue Bella regardless of Cullen protection or regardless of territorial claims that should have made human under their protection inviolate. Edward's immediate decision to remove Bella from Forks and to take her far from James's tracking range represented tactical assessment that running provided better survival odds than staying and defending when trackers' patience and trackers' skill might eventually find vulnerability in their defenses. The escape plan crystallized within minutes of returning to Cullen House, where Alice's visions were showing multiple futures branching from current decision points, her gift providing preview of consequences that allowed strategic planning beyond what normal tactical assessment could achieve. When precognition showed which actions led to Bella's survival and which actions led to her death in James's eventual successful hunt. The decision to split up with Bella accompanying Alice and Jasper to Phoenix while Edward and others laid false trail and hunted James directly represented optimal strategy according to Alice's visions. Her certainty about this approach overriding Edward's desire to remain with Bella when separation served better tactical purpose. Bella's guilt about endangering the Cullens manifested during drive to airport and during flight to Phoenix. Her recognition that James's hunt was her fault because she had insisted on attending baseball game and had insisted on integrating into Edward's vampire existence, despite warnings and despite danger creating weight, that Alice's reassurances and Jasper's emotional manipulation could not adequately address when fundamental truth was that human girlfriend created vulnerabilities that vampire family would not otherwise have faced. Edward's frantic worry transmitted through phone calls demonstrated his struggle with being separated from Bella during crisis, when his protective instincts demanded he be the one defending her, despite tactical wisdom suggesting that drawing James away from Bella's actual location served protection better than clustering entire family around her in defensive formation. The hotel confinement in Phoenix created claustrophobia and created helplessness that Bella found nearly unbearable, her nature preferring action over waiting and preferring participation in her own defense over being protected like helpless victim, whose only role was hiding while others fought battles and took risks on her behalf. Alice's constant monitoring of visions and Jasper's empathic management of Bella's emotional state created surveillance that was necessary, but that felt suffocating when every movement was tracked and when every plan to leave room was prevented through Alice seeing consequences before Bella could even fully form intention to act. James's phone call to Bella's cell phone represented culmination of his planning and represented manipulation of her protective instincts through claiming he had captured her mother, Renee, and through providing audio that seemed to confirm his claim. his understanding of human psychology allowing him to predict that Bella would sacrifice herself to save her mother, despite knowing rationally that cooperation with Predator would result in her death. The video he played showed Renee's voice calling for Bella in tones of confusion and fear. The footage convincing enough that Bella's immediate terror for her mother overwhelmed tactical awareness and overwhelmed understanding that James was manipulating her through her single greatest vulnerability. Her escape from Alice and Jasper required deception and required taking advantage of their momentary distraction when vision showed Edward's location rather than Bella's immediate actions. Her movement out of hotel room and into taxi, occurring during brief window when her guard's attention was focused elsewhere, and when her determination to save her mother overcame survival instinct that should have kept her in protected location. The taxi ride to her childhood ballet studio felt surreal and felt inevitable. Her knowledge that she was going to her death competing with hope that somehow she could save her mother and could convince James to release Renee in exchange for Bella's cooperation with his hunt. The studio was empty when she arrived, its familiar mirrors and its familiar bars creating cognitive dissonance between childhood memories of innocent dance lessons and present reality of walking into vampires' prepared, killing ground. Her recognition that this location choice was deliberate psychological manipulation, occurring simultaneously with her realization that the voice on phone had been old home video, rather than live capture when television in corner was playing footage from her childhood that included her mother's voice calling her name. James's emergence from shadows confirmed his deception and confirmed his pleasure at successful hunt. His explanation that he had never had Renee and that Bella's sacrifice had been unnecessary, revealing his cruelty extended beyond simple predation into psychological torture designed to maximize her despair before her death. His attack was casual and was efficient, his supernatural speed making her attempts at evasion pointless when he was toying with her rather than killing immediately. His breaking of her leg and his casual violence demonstrating that he was enjoying Hunt's conclusion and was savoring her helplessness. The video camera recording her assault revealed his intention to torture Edward through footage of Bella's death. His explanation that Edward would watch her final moments and would suffer watching his inability to save her, adding psychological dimension to physical violence that characterized Tracker, who enjoyed causing pain beyond what simple feeding required. The bite on her wrist injected venom into her bloodstream and initiated transformation burning that spread from wound through her arm and toward her heart. The fire beginning its work of rewriting her biology from human into vampire in process that James had no intention of allowing to complete when his goal was death rather than transformation. Bella's screaming brought Cullens crashing through studio windows and doors, their arrival occurring within minutes of James's bite, but occurring too late to prevent venom injection that was already burning through her system and was already threatening transformation that Edward desperately wanted to prevent. Edward's destruction of James was swift and was brutal. His rage at seeing Bella broken and bitten manifesting in violence that reduced Tracker to component parts that Emmett and Jasper immediately began burning to prevent reassembly. The fire consuming James's remains, creating smoke that filled studio and that marked permanent end to threat that had nearly cost Bella her life. Edward's focus shifted immediately from vengeance to salvation. His assessment that venom had spread significantly, but had not yet reached her heart, creating narrow window where extraction might be possible if he could suck poison from her wound without losing control and without killing her through being unable to stop drinking once he started. The agony of venom extraction for Edward exceeded Bella's physical pain because his struggle was psychological torture of tasting her blood while simultaneously forcing himself to stop before draining her completely, his century of control being tested beyond anything he had previously experienced when her blood was in his mouth, and when every instinct was screaming at him to continue drinking despite his love for her, and despite his determination to save her rather than kill her. Carlyle's voice guiding him and Alice's hand on his shoulder, providing physical anchor, helped him maintain focus sufficient to extract venom and to stop feeding before blood loss killed her. His success being measured in fractions of seconds and in microscopic degrees of control that made difference between Bella's survival and Bella's death. The hospital recovery involved careful construction of cover story about falling downstairs and through window, the explanation being implausible, but being impossible to disprove when Bella's injuries were consistent with described accident, and when alternative explanation involving vampire attack was too absurd for human authorities to credit, despite their suspicion that something more complicated had occurred. Charlie's relief at her survival and his confusion about circumstances that had brought her to Phoenix and had resulted in near-fatal injuries created guilt that Bella felt but could not address through honesty when truth would endanger Cullens and would sound insane. Edward's guilt manifested as desire to leave Bella for her safety. His conviction that his presence in her life created danger outweighing his love for her and outweighing her desire for him to stay. Their argument about whether separation was protection or was cruelty occurring during her hospital recovery when she was too weak to adequately fight his martyr complex. Her eventual victory in convincing him to stay came through persistence and through appealing to his own desires rather than through logic that would not overcome his protective instincts or his belief that loving her meant leaving her. Prom at Cullen's house, with Bella's leg still casted, represented their compromise and represented Edward's acknowledgement that she had earned choice in their relationship's continuation. Their dance together being awkward and being perfect simultaneously when physical limitations mattered less than emotional connection. Her request for transformation received his expected refusal. His desire for her to experience human life and human experiences, including college and marriage and aging beyond 17, creating conflict that would persist across their relationship until circumstances eventually forced resolution through events that neither could have predicted during this moment of dancing and hoping and pretending that their impossible love could somehow work despite every obstacle that vampire nature and human fragility created between them. September the 13th, 2006 arrived with Bella's resistance to celebration and with her discomfort at aging to 18, while Edward remained frozen at 17 eternally. The asymmetry of their aging creating anxiety that went beyond simple vanity to encompass fundamental inequality, where every day made her older and made her more mortal, while he remained unchanged and remained perfect in ways that time would never diminish. Her attempts to minimize birthday recognition failed against Alice's enthusiasm, and against Alice's insistence that birthdays deserved proper celebration, regardless of Bella's preference for ignoring the passage of time that was bringing her closer to age, where she would visibly appear older than Edward, whose perpetual youth would eventually make their relationship seem inappropriate when she looked 25 and he looked 17, despite the century that actually separated their birth dates. The Cullen house was decorated with elaborate care that Alice's vision-guided planning had ensured was perfect down to smallest detail. The evening gathering intended a small family celebration that would satisfy Alice's need to mark occasions while respecting Bella's discomfort with being center of attention and with receiving gifts when her financial situation compared to Cullen wealth made reciprocation impossible and made accepting expensive presents feel like accepting charity. The family's assembly in their beautiful living room created atmosphere that should have been warm and should have been safe when these vampires were vegetarian and were controlled and were committed to protecting Bella rather than harming her. But the presence of 7 predators in enclosed space with single humans should have registered as danger even when intellectual knowledge said family could be trusted. Edward's tension was visible to Bella even before present opening began. His protective positioning and his constant monitoring of his family's control suggesting that he shared her unease about this gathering despite Alice's certainty that her vision showed successful party without incident. Rosalie's distance and Jasper's positioning near exit demonstrated that not all family members were comfortable with Bella's presence in their home during an event that involved close proximity and involved focus on Bella herself in ways that made her blood and her heartbeat and her human vulnerability more prominent than during casual visits when attention was distributed and when escape routes were readily available if control wavered. The paper cut occurred while Bella was opening gift from Alice and Edward, the edge of wrapping paper slicing her finger with enough depth to draw blood that welled immediately and that filled room with scent that 7 vampires registered simultaneously with varying degrees of control and varying degrees of resistance to instinct that human blood triggered regardless of decades or centuries of vegetarian discipline. Jasper's reaction was instantaneous and was total, his body moving toward Bella in predatory crouch before conscious thought could activate control or could activate resistance, his decades of struggle with vegetarian lifestyle proving insufficient in moment when blood scent overwhelmed everything else and reduced him to predator responding to wounded prey, whose vulnerability triggered feeding response that bypassed rational consideration. Edward's intervention throwing Bella away from Jasper's attack trajectory was protective reflex that achieved immediate goal of separating Bella from immediate danger, but that caused secondary disaster when her body crashed into glass table that shattered under impact. The breaking glass and the additional injuries creating more blood and creating worse situation than original paper cut had represented, when now Bella was bleeding from multiple wounds and was surrounded by broken glass and was lying helpless, while Vampire, whose control had already failed, was still struggling against Emmett's restraint and against his own instinct that was demanding he complete attack that Edward's interference had interrupted. The family's response demonstrated their coordination and demonstrated their practiced emergency protocols for control failures. Emmett's physical restraint of Jasper, combining with Esme's calming presence and with Alice's devastated pleas to her husband to remember himself and to remember his values, creating multi-layered intervention that gradually restored Jasper's conscious control over instinct that had temporarily overwhelmed decades of discipline. Edward's focus remained on Bella, whose injuries required immediate attention and whose continued bleeding was creating ongoing temptation for family members, whose control was better than Jasper's, but was not perfect when blood scent was strong and when a wounded human was present in the enclosed space that prevented escape from stimulation. Carlyle's treatment of Bella's wounds occurred with professional detachment that his centuries of medical practice and his exceptional control made possible. His ability to handle blood without losing control, representing pinnacle of vegetarian achievement that even his family members could not fully match when Carlyle's discipline exceeded everyone else's through combination of his age and his particular gift for compassion that made human suffering trigger protective response rather than predatory response. Edward's observation of Carlyle's work, while maintaining protective position between Bella and the rest of his family, demonstrated his inability to trust even his family members during crisis, when Bella's blood had proven capable of breaking Jasper's control, and might prove capable of breaking others' control if exposure continued. Jasper's isolation in separate parts of house following his control failure represented both practical necessity for Bella's safety and represented profound humiliation for Vampire, whose decades of struggle and whose genuine commitment to vegetarian lifestyle had been revealed as inadequate when tested under conditions specifically designed to overwhelm Vampire discipline. Alice's torn loyalty between her husband's anguish and her human friend's injury created visible distress that even her precognition could not adequately resolve when both people she loved were suffering, and when her visions of the future were showing complications that her expression suggested she was trying to prevent through choices that were not yet clear to others observing her reactions. The aftermath involved family discussion that occurred without Bella's participation, but that Edward's subsequent coldness suggested had reached conclusions about danger that Bella's presence represented, and about whether continued relationship was worth risks that birthday party had demonstrated were real rather than theoretical. Edward's distance during following days manifested as polite withdrawal that felt worse than open hostility would have felt. His careful responses and his avoidance of genuine conversation suggesting decision had been made and was simply awaiting proper moment for implementation. The walk in the woods occurred 4 days after birthday disaster, when Edward finally requested that Bella accompany him into forest behind her house. His selection of private location for conversation, suggesting content, would require privacy and would require distance from Charlie, who might overhear or might interrupt discussion that Edward had clearly planned and had clearly been dreading based on his expression and his body language. Bella's hope that he wanted to discuss their future together was naive given his recent behavior, but her desperate desire to believe their relationship would survive this crisis made her willfully blind to obvious signs that separation was imminent. His lies were delivered with calm control that made them sound like truth despite her knowledge of Edward and despite her ability to read his expressions. His statement that he did not want her anymore, and his claim that she was not good for him, and his assertion that he did not love her, being constructed with enough plausibility, that human who did not know him might have believed, despite the fundamental impossibility that Edward Cullen, who had nearly died seeking death when he thought she was dead, could possibly have stopped loving her in 4 days between birthday party and this conversation. His explanation that his family was leaving Forks and that she should not follow and that she should not attempt contact was delivered as simple fact rather than as negotiable decision, his tone suggesting finality that allowed no argument and allowed no discussion. Bella's attempts to argue and to convince him to stay failed against his determination to execute plan that he had clearly decided was necessary for her protection. Her logical points about her love for him and about his demonstrated love for her being dismissed as human confusion or human attachment, that time would heal when she met appropriate human boyfriend and lived appropriate human life, that Edward's presence was preventing through monopolizing her attention and through creating danger that James's hunt had demonstrated was real. His promise to make it as though he had never existed represented attempted mercy that was actually cruelty. His intention to remove all traces of his presence and to erase all evidence of their relationship, assuming that absence of physical reminders would facilitate her healing, when actually his departure itself would create wound that no amount of removing photographs or removing gifts could adequately address. His final statement that she should not do anything reckless or anything foolish was delivered as command rather than as request. His assumption that he retained authority over her choices, even as he was abandoning her, revealing his continued belief that he knew better than she did what was good for her and what would make her safe. His departure into forest was swift enough to seem like vanishing, his supernatural speed allowing him to be gone before her eyes could track his movement and before she could attempt to follow. His method of leaving emphasizing supernatural nature that made following impossible and made pursuit futile when he could move faster than she could think. Bella's collapse in forest occurred gradually as shock set in, and as her mind processed that Edward was actually gone and was not coming back, despite her certainty that their love was real and was strong enough to survive difficulties that vampire nature created. Her sitting in same spot for hours as darkness fell and as temperature dropped represented catatonia brought on by emotional trauma that exceeded her capacity to process or to respond to in functional ways. Her body shutting down in response to psychological pain that felt physical in its intensity and in its localization in her chest, where emptiness was opening that would characterize her existence across months that followed. Sam Yuli's discovery of Bella in woods after Charlie had organized search represented salvation from hypothermia that would have killed her if exposure continued through night. The Quileute shapeshifter's tracking abilities, finding her where human searchers had failed, and his carrying her back to Charlie's house, providing physical rescue, even though psychological rescue remained impossible when Edward's departure had created damage that could not be healed through warmth or through safety. Charlie's frantic relief at her physical survival competed with his complete inability to understand her emotional state, his practical nature, and his masculine discomfort with emotional displays, leaving him helpless to provide comfort beyond ensuring her physical needs were met. The 4 months between September and January passed in grey blur that Bella's later memory could barely reconstruct, her existence reduced to mechanical performance of necessary functions like attending school and eating meals and responding to direct questions, while her internal experience was emptiness and was pain that felt endless. The hole in her chest became her constant companion and became her primary experience of existence. The physical sensation of Edward's absence manifesting as literal pain that centered in her sternum and that radiated outward in ways that made breathing difficult and made sleeping nearly impossible despite exhaustion. Charlie's growing concern and his eventual threat to send her to live with Renee in Jacksonville if she did not improve demonstrated his recognition that her depression was beyond normal teenage heartbreak and was approaching clinical severity that might require intervention beyond what he was capable of providing through patient presence and through worried observation. The threat worked not through inspiring genuine improvement, but through inspiring performance of improvement. Bella's calculation that maintaining residence in Forks increased chances of eventually seeing Edward again, making her willing to fake functionality sufficient to satisfy Charlie's minimum requirements for her continued independence. The discovery that reckless behavior brought Edward's voice warning her in hallucinations or in genuine supernatural protection manifested during moment when Bella approached dangerous situation and heard Edward's voice with crystalline clarity telling her to stop and to be safe, the experience creating immediate addiction to adrenaline-producing activities that might trigger similar experiences. Her rational mind recognized that voice was probably hallucination brought on by stress and by her desperate desire for Edward's presence, but her emotional need for any connection to him made determining whether voice was real or imagined seem irrelevant compared to the comfort his voice provided regardless of its source. The motorcycles represented opportunity for reckless behavior that would likely trigger Edward's protective voice, while also providing project that might occupy her attention and might provide distraction from endless grey emptiness that characterized her existence following Edward's departure. Her purchase of damaged motorcycles from strangers for minimal money created opportunity to approach Jacob Black about repairs. The connection to Jacob being thread connecting her to Edward through the Cullens Treaty with Quileute tribe and through Jacob's tangential involvement in vampire world that she could no longer access directly. Jacob's enthusiasm for motorcycle project and his mechanical skills made repair work progress quickly, while their friendship developed naturally through hours spent in his garage working on bikes and talking about everything except the reason Bella was really there. His warmth and his humor provided contrast to Edward's cold intensity, his human heat and his human vitality offering comfort that she had not expected and had not been seeking when her goal was motorcycle completion rather than friendship development. But his genuine affection and his genuine enjoyment of her company gradually penetrated her depression in ways that made existence bearable even if not happy. The weeks at La Push stretched into months as fall became winter, her time with Jacob increasing as her depression slowly lifted through his consistent presence and through his refusal to treat her as broken thing, requiring careful handling. His normal teenage interaction and his teasing and his easy physical affection through casual touches providing human connection that she had been lacking since Edward's departure. The motorcycle completion should have ended their regular contact, but Bella's reluctance to lose Jacob's friendship and Jacob's obvious reluctance to have her visits decrease created mutual desire to extend project through finding additional repairs, or through finding new projects that would justify continued time together. Bella's recognition that she was manipulating their friendship to maintain contact felt guilty, but felt necessary when Jacob's presence was only thing making her life tolerable, and when losing him would mean returning to grey emptiness that had characterized September through December, before motorcycle project had provided excuse for regular La Push visits. Jacob's feelings for her were becoming obvious even to Bella, whose emotional awareness was limited by her continued focus on Edward and by her inability to see Jacob as romantic possibility when her heart belonged completely to Vampire who had left her. But her need for Jacob's friendship made her willfully blind to his growing attachment that she should have discouraged, but that she encouraged through continued presence and through accepting his affection, even while being unable to return romantic feelings that might have made their relationship equal rather than unbalanced. Jacob's sudden withdrawal in mid-February occurred without warning and without explanation. His abrupt transition from constant availability and constant warmth to complete absence, creating second abandonment that Bella experienced as nearly devastating as Edward's departure had been, when Jacob had become her lifeline and had become her primary reason for functioning beyond simple mechanical existence. His refusal to answer phone calls and his refusal to see her when she drove to La Push represented rejection that she could not understand and could not contextualize when their last interaction had been normal and had given no indication that anything was wrong or that he was preparing to cut her from his life completely. The phone calls to Black household became daily ritual that yielded no results beyond Billy's increasingly uncomfortable evasions and his assurances that Jacob was dealing with something and would contact Bella when he was ready. The explanations providing no actual information and providing no comfort when their vagueness suggested secrets that Billy was protecting and suggested circumstances that required concealment rather than simple teenage mood swings or simple need for space. Bella's desperation grew with each unanswered call and with each day that passed without contact from Jacob, whose friendship had been pulling her slowly from depression that Edward's departure had created, his absence threatening to plunge her back into grey emptiness that she had been climbing out of through their months of motorcycle repair and their months of easy companionship. Her confrontation at Jacob's house revealed transformation that went beyond simple emotional distance. His physical changes, including dramatic height increase that added nearly foot to his previous stature and muscle development, that had transformed lanky teenage frame into adult physique and hair cut short, eliminating the long black hair that had characterized his appearance during all their time together, showing alteration that seemed impossible to achieve in 2 weeks since their last meeting. Billy Black's evasiveness about Jacob's condition and his suggestion that Jacob was going through something he needed to work through alone provided no actual information and provided no comfort when Bella could see that something fundamental had changed about Jacob, whose expression when he finally appeared at door was bitter and was angry in ways that their friendship had never encompassed. The tattoo on Jacob's shoulder, visible beneath his cut-off shirt, matched tattoos that Sam Yulee and his followers wore. The tribal design marking membership in group that Bella had previously dismissed as gang, but that now seemed connected to Jacob's transformation in ways that suggested organized purpose rather than simple teenage rebellion. Jacob's cryptic statements about not being good for her anymore and about her needing to stay away from him echoed Edward's departure speech in ways that made Bella furious rather than heartbroken. Her recognition that Jacob was pushing her away supposedly for her protection, creating rage at being told what was good for her by yet another person who assumed they knew better than she did what risks she should accept and what relationships she should maintain. His physical positioning kept distance between them. Despite her attempts to approach, his body language suggesting he was literally restraining himself from either embracing her or attacking her in ways that made no sense when Jacob had never been violent and had never been anything but gentle in all their interactions. His hands were shaking with barely controlled energy that seemed to radiate from his body in waves of heat that Bella could feel across the space separating them, his temperature seeming elevated beyond normal human fever in ways that suggested his physical changes included metabolic alterations that were affecting his entire physiology rather than simply his appearance. Sam Yuli's presence hovering in the background of Jacob's yard created focus for Bella's anger. Her assumption that Sam had somehow corrupted Jacob and had drawn him into gang activity or into cult behavior that had transformed sunny, warm Jacob into bitter, angry stranger, standing before her, refusing to explain or refusing to allow continued friendship. Jacob's statement that he could not tell her what was happening, and his visible frustration at his own inability to explain, suggested external constraint rather than personal choice, his desire to share information being prevented by something or someone whose authority he could not or would not defy, despite obvious cost to their relationship. His warning to stay away from Cullens if they ever returned revealed that his transformation was connected to Vampire World. His mention of the family creating first link between his current situation and supernatural circumstances that Bella had assumed were finished affecting her life after Edward's departure. His bitterness about being forced into a role he had not chosen, and his anger about losing his freedom suggested involuntary transformation rather than chosen path, his resentment being directed at circumstances and at fate rather than being directed specifically at Bella, even though his need to protect her required pushing her away when proximity might be dangerous in ways he could not adequately explain, while under whatever constraint was preventing full disclosure. The meadow visit in late February represented Bella's attempt to recapture a feeling of Edward's presence through revisiting location where he had shown her his sparkling skin and where they had spent afternoon in sunlight that had revealed his vampire nature in ways that had bound them together despite danger. Her solitary walk to clearing that she and Edward had shared months earlier was motivated by a desperate need for connection to memories that were fading despite her efforts to maintain them with clarity that Edward's departure was eroding through simple passage of time that dulled even most intense experiences. The forest path was overgrown from winter storms and from months without maintenance, her journey being slower and more difficult than remembered walk with Edward, whose supernatural strength had made difficult terrain seem effortless. Laurent's appearance in Meadow created immediate terror and created immediate understanding that Vampire World had not finished with her. Despite Edward's departure and despite Cullen's absence from Forks, the nomad's presence suggesting continued interest in Bella, that his civilized greeting and his claim to be visiting did not adequately explain when his association with James and Victoria made his appearance threatening regardless of his polite demeanor. His explanation that Victoria had sent him to check whether Cullens were still protecting Bella revealed reconnaissance mission rather than social visit, his assessment of her unprotected status being information that Victoria needed for planning revenge attack that had been delayed but not abandoned after James's destruction. Laurent's description of Victoria's obsessive pursuit and her patient planning demonstrated that female vampire's grief over James's death had transformed into focused rage that would not be satisfied until Bella died in payment for James's destruction. The mate-for-mate revenge being vampire justice that Victoria was pursuing with single-minded determination, that Laurent's tone suggested was frightening even to fellow vampires who observed her preparations. His casual mention that he was now living with Tanya's coven in Alaska, but had detoured to Forks as favor to Victoria before planning to kill Bella himself to spare her from Victoria's more prolonged and more painful revenge, revealed his intentions were lethal regardless of his civilized conversation, his vampire nature making Bella's death inevitable once he had determined Cullens were truly gone and no longer protecting their human pet. The giant wolves emerging from forest line transformed situation from certain death to miraculous rescue, their massive forms exceeding natural wolf size by factors that made them obviously supernatural even to Bella, whose vampire education had not included information about shapeshifters, whose existence Cullens had mentioned only obliquely through references to Quileute Treaty. The lead wolf was russet-colored and was largest of pack, his size suggesting alpha status and his positioning in front of others suggesting leadership role in whatever supernatural species these creatures represented. Laurent's immediate flight from Wolfpack demonstrated his recognition that these creatures were dangerous to vampires despite his centuries of existence and despite his supernatural strength. His retreat being swift enough to seem like vanishing, but not swift enough to prevent wolves from pursuing him into forest where sounds of chase faded quickly beyond Bella's human hearing range. Her confusion about her rescue and about identity of giant wolves was resolved that night when Jacob appeared at her window after midnight, his explanation coming in rushed whispers that suggested he was violating rules by sharing information and suggested he was risking consequences by choosing Bella's right to know over his pack's requirement for secrecy. The revelation that Jacob was werewolf and that Sam Yulee, led pack of shapeshifters, descended from Quileute spirit warriors whose purpose was protecting tribe from vampire threats, recontextualized everything about his sudden transformation and his sudden withdrawal, his physical changes and his emotional changes being products of supernatural alteration that had been triggered by vampire presence in area activating dormant genes that had been waiting for centuries to express themselves in new generation of protectors. The shapeshifter nature was genetic rather than being infection like European werewolf mythology suggested. The transformation being inheritance from ancient chiefs who had possessed power to leave their bodies and take animal form. The modern version being slightly different, but being descended from same spiritual source that had protected Quileute people for generations when threats materialized. Jacob's trigger had been Cullen's presence creating enough vampire scent saturation in area that dormant genes activated in young men descended from last spirit warriors. His transformation being involuntary and being irreversible, once initiated by proximity to vampires whose existence activated protective instinct encoded in Quileute DNA. His transformation had occurred 2 weeks earlier during a moment of extreme anger, when his body had literally exploded into wolf form without conscious intention or conscious control. The first shift being terrifying and being disorienting until Sam had found him and had explained what was happening and had taught him to control the transformation through managing emotions that triggered shifts. The pack members were Quileute descendants, who had all transformed within recent months as vampire activity in region had increased. Their transformations being connected to Victoria's presence and to her repeated attempts to reach Bella, creating sufficient vampire threat that dormant genes activated in multiple young men simultaneously. The pack dynamics involved shared consciousness during wolf form. That meant privacy was impossible and meant all thoughts and all feelings were available. To pack brothers whose minds were accessible during transformation, the loss of mental privacy being one of many costs that came with power and with responsibility that Jacob had inherited through his genetics and through his residence in area where vampires had triggered activation. His entire inner life, including his feelings for Bella and his memories of their time together and his thoughts about everything, were now accessible to Sam and to Paul and to Embry and to Quill and to all other pack members whenever they were in wolf form. The violation of privacy being permanent consequence of transformation that Jacob resented but could not prevent or could not escape. Sam's role as Alpha was biological rather than chosen. His earlier transformation and his natural authority creating hierarchy that pack members could not resist even when they disagreed with his decisions. The compulsion to obey Alpha orders being fundamental aspect of pack structure that subordinated individual will to collective purpose. Jacob's explanation that he physically could not disobey Sam's direct commands revealed the extent of his lost autonomy. His transformation having cost him not just privacy, but also free will, when Alpha authority superseded personal choice in ways that made pack members' independence largely illusory during moments when Sam exercised his full control. The treaty with Cullens was ancient agreement that vampires would stay off Quileute land in exchange for wolves not exposing vampire existence to human authorities. The arrangement being practical accommodation between supernatural species whose natural enmity was biological and was automatic regardless of personal relationships or personal philosophies. Jacob's hatred of vampires, including Cullens, was instinctual response triggered by his wolf nature, rather than being reasoned assessment of individual vampires' characters. His inability to distinguish between Cullens' vegetarian lifestyle and nomadic vampires' traditional hunting being limitation of his transformed consciousness that recognized only vampire scent and vampire threat, regardless of dietary choices or moral frameworks. Victoria's repeated attempts to reach Bella had been occurring throughout late winter with increasing frequency and increasing boldness. The female vampire's patience and her strategic approach, demonstrating that her revenge plot involved careful planning rather than impulsive attack. Her testing of wolf patrol patterns and her probing for weaknesses in their defensive coverage, suggesting she was waiting for opportunity rather than forcing confrontation that might result in her destruction before achieving goal of killing Bella to balance James's death. The pack's constant vigilance and their coordinated patrols had prevented Victoria's success thus far, but their recognition that she would eventually find vulnerability or would eventually wear down their defenses through persistent pressure created ongoing tension and created exhausting patrol schedules that were straining pack resources and were preventing normal teenage activities that pack members had abandoned when transformation required their service. Harry Clearwater's fatal heart attack during Wolf Patrol in early March created tragedy at La Push and created guilt among pack members whose transformation and whose patrol duties had contributed to stress that had likely triggered his cardiac event. His death representing cost of supernatural responsibilities that protected tribe, but that extracted prices from individuals and families who had not chosen involvement, but who were affected by proximity to those who carried genes. Seth and Leah Clearwater's grief at losing their father was compounded by knowledge that supernatural circumstances had contributed to his death, their family being torn apart by consequences of genetic inheritance that Harry had carried but had never expressed through actual transformation. The funeral and the mourning period demonstrated communal nature of Quileute culture and demonstrated support structures that helped individuals bear losses that were both personal and collective. When Harry's death affected everyone through his relationships and through his role in community. Bella's attendance at funeral represented her integration into La Push community and represented her connection to Jacob, whose grief was visible and whose guilt about his role in circumstances leading to Harry's death was evident in his expression and in his careful distance from Clearwater's, whose pain he felt responsible for. Even though Harry's heart condition predated supernatural activity, Bella's cliff diving alone during storm represented reckless behavior calculated to trigger Edward's protective voice. Her jump from high cliff into turbulent ocean being genuinely dangerous rather than being performance of danger when rough water and strong currents created real possibility of drowning that her swimming skills and her human limitations might not overcome. The underwater current pulling her down and preventing her from reaching surface created genuine mortal peril that exceeded her intention when goal had been adrenaline rush rather than actual death. Her desperate struggle against water's pull demonstrating that her reckless behavior had finally crossed line from controlled danger into uncontrolled crisis. Jacob's rescue, pulling her from ocean and swimming her to shore, represented salvation from her own poor judgment, his werewolf strength and his werewolf endurance, making possible what human rescuer could not have achieved when conditions were actively hostile and when Bella's consciousness was fading from oxygen deprivation. His fury at her stupidity and his terror at nearly losing her manifested in shouted recriminations during drive back to her house, his emotional response being more intense than circumstances seemed to warrant until his words revealed his feelings had developed beyond friendship into love, that her obliviousness and her continued focus on Edward had prevented her from recognizing or acknowledging. Alice's presence at Bella's house when Jacob brought her home created supernatural collision that neither Bella nor Jacob had anticipated, the vampire's sudden reappearance being triggered by vision of Bella jumping from cliff that Alice had interpreted as suicide attempt rather than as reckless thrill-seeking. Her immediate travel to Forks to check on Bella, demonstrating that Cullen's departure had not eliminated their concern for her welfare, even though Edward's explicit instructions had been that family was to have no further contact. Jacob's hostility toward Alice was immediate and was visceral, his wolf instincts responding to vampire presence with aggression that Bella's position between them and her. Pleas for calm barely contained, the tension demonstrating that treaty prevented violence but did not prevent hatred between species whose biological enmity was fundamental. Rosalie's phone call to Edward reporting Bella's death based on Alice's vision and based on Jacob's deliberately misleading confirmation when he answered phone at Bella's house created cascade of tragedy born from misunderstanding and from Jacob's desire to drive wedge between Bella and Cullen's, whose influence he resented and whose return he feared. Edward's response to news of Bella's death was immediate decision to seek his own death through provoking Volturi into execution, his century of existence seeming worthless without Bella, and his desire to end consciousness that would continue experiencing her loss across infinite future, making death preferable to immortality without her. Alice's vision of Edward's decision materialized while she stood in Bella's living room, still dripping from ocean rescue and still arguing with Jacob about treaty violations and about vampire presence on Quileute land. Her sudden stillness and her glazed expression indicating precognitive episode that was showing her future that required immediate intervention to prevent tragedy that was unfolding in Italy, where Edward was traveling to seek death from oldest and most powerful vampires in existence. Her explanation came in rushed sentences that conveyed urgency without adequate detail. Her description of Edward planning to expose himself to humans in Volterra during festival creating situation where Volturi would be forced to destroy him for violating fundamental law about secrecy that governed all vampire existence, and that was enforced through immediate execution of violators regardless of circumstances or regardless of previous service to vampire civilization. Bella's immediate decision to accompany Alice to Italy occurred without hesitation and without consideration of danger or consideration of whether her presence would actually help or would simply result in her death alongside Edward's execution. Her love for him, overwhelming rational assessment, and overwhelming self-preservation instinct when possibility of saving him existed, even if that possibility was minimal, and even if attempt would likely fail. Jacob's protests and his attempts to prevent her departure were overridden by Bella's determination, and by Alice's visions showing that Bella's presence was a necessary component of successful intervention, her precognition indicating futures where Edward listened to Bella's pleas versus futures where he ignored Alice's warnings, creating certainty that human girl's involvement was essential despite seeming liability that her mortality represented. The drive to Seattle Airport occurred at speeds that violated every traffic law and that demonstrated Alice's supernatural reflexes and her supernatural disregard for human safety regulations when urgency justified risks that would have resulted in fatal crashes for human drivers attempting similar velocities on winding mountain roads in darkness. Bella's motion sickness and her terror at Alice's driving were subordinated to larger fear about Edward's impending suicide. Her physical discomfort being irrelevant compared to time pressure that Alice's visions were showing with increasing clarity as Edward's plans progressed toward implementation and toward moment when intervention would become impossible. The flight to Florence provided hours of agonizing waiting during which Alice's visions shifted and reformed, based on Edward's changing decisions and based on variables that were evolving as time passed, and as circumstances developed in Italy, where Edward was making final preparations for exposure that would force voluntary response. Alice's explanations of precognition's limitations revealed that her visions showed decision-based futures rather than fixed destinies, her gift providing preview of consequences if current trajectories continued, but being unable to account for free will choices that had not yet been made and that might alter outcomes in ways that previous visions had not predicted. Edward's plan involved exposing himself in sunlight during St. Marcus Day festival, when Volterra's streets would be filled with celebrating humans whose witness of sparkling vampire skin would constitute undeniable violation of secrecy that Volturi could not ignore or could not excuse, when hundreds of witnesses would require either mass slaughter to maintain secrecy, or would require Edward's immediate execution as example and as prevention of further exposure. His choice of this particular method demonstrated his desire for certain death, rather than ambiguous death that might be survived or might be prevented. His selection of public exposure during major festival ensuring that Volturi would have no choice but to destroy him when alternative of allowing exposure would threaten entire vampire civilization security that depended on human ignorance of their existence. His timing was calculated to coincide with festival's noon zenith, when sunlight would be strongest and when crowds would be largest. His understanding of Volturi operations and his understanding of their enforcement mechanisms, allowing him to create a situation where his death was guaranteed rather than negotiable. Alice's visions showed him standing in Tower Archway, preparing to step into plaza sunlight at exact moment when bells would mark noon and when festival crowds would be densest. His planning demonstrating tactical intelligence applied to suicide mission that treated his death as military operation requiring precision timing and requiring backup plans if initial approach failed to achieve desired outcome. The car ride from Florence Airport to Volterra occurred at supernatural speeds that made Seattle drive seem cautious by comparison. Alice's desperation manifesting in increasingly reckless driving that ignored all traffic conventions and that treated roads as suggestions rather than as constraints when minutes might determine difference between successful intervention and failure that would result in Edward's permanent death. Bella's terror at speeds exceeding any safe limit was compounded by Alice's ongoing vision updates showing Edward's timeline progressing toward critical moment with alarming inevitability, her precognition indicating that they would arrive in Volterra approximately simultaneously with Edward's planned exposure, creating race against time, where seconds would matter and where any delay might prove fatal. Volterra itself was medieval city, built on hilltop, surrounded by ancient walls, its narrow streets and its old architecture creating maze that would have been impossible to navigate without Alice's visions showing optimal route and showing locations of festival crowds that blocked direct paths toward Clock Tower, where Edward was preparing for his final act. The St. Marcus Day celebration filled streets with red-robed celebrants and with tourists wearing red clothing in participation with local custom commemorating saints' martyrdom. The irony of celebration honoring vampires' death being context for actual vampire suicide creating layers of meaning that circumstances did not allow time to appreciate. The Fountain Plaza approach required Bella to run through celebrating crowds and to push through barriers of humans who blocked her path toward Tower, where Edward would appear in sunlight that would reveal his nature to hundreds of witnesses and would force Volturi intervention that he was deliberately provoking. Alice's shouted directions guided Bella through streets she did not know toward destinations she could not see. Her human speed being inadequate for covering necessary distance before noon, bells would signal Edward's emergence and would signal beginning of exposure that could not be reversed once initiated. Her arrival at Tower Archway occurred in final seconds before Edward would step into sunlight, her momentum carrying her directly into his path and her collision with his cold stone body, preventing his movement into Plaza, where festival crowds could see his sparkling skin. Edward's shock at seeing Bella alive when he believed she was dead, based on Rosalie's report, created a moment of frozen disbelief, where his mind struggled to process impossible appearance of woman, whose death had motivated his suicide attempt. His confusion about whether she was hallucination or whether she was actually present, preventing immediate reaction and preventing continued attempt at exposure. Bella's desperate explanations that she was alive and that Alice's vision had been misinterpreted and that Rosalie's information had been wrong occurred in rushed whisper while they stood in tower shadows, with festival crowds mere feet away in sunlight that would reveal Edward's nature if he moved forward or if circumstances forced them into Plaza. His gradual acceptance that Bella was genuinely present and genuinely alive transformed his despair into something approaching joy, but their position in Tower Archway, with Volturi guards approaching from behind, eliminated possibility of simply leaving when their presence in Volterra during festival and their near exposure had attracted attention from vampires whose responsibility was preventing exactly the kind of security breach that Edward had been attempting to create. Dimitri and Felix's arrival and their polite but non-negotiable invitation to accompany them to Volturi compound represented shift from Edward's planned death to potential death for both Edward and Bella, when Volturi interest was piqued and when their questions about circumstances would require answers that might not satisfy ancient vampires whose authority was absolute and whose judgments were final. The escort through some underground passages beneath Volterra's streets led to Throne Room that had witnessed 3,000 years of vampire politics and 3,000 years of Volturi judgments, the ancient space being simultaneously beautiful and terrifying when its luxury was backdrop for executions and for demonstrations of power that maintained Volturi supremacy over vampire civilization. Aro and Marcus and Caius presided from thrones that had seated them for millennia, their appearance being deceptively fragile when their age and their accumulated power made them most dangerous vampires in existence and made their authority unchallengeable through force or through political maneuvering that might work against younger vampire leaders, but that was futile against rulers who had survived 3,000 years of challenges and 3,000 years of potential rebellions. Aro's greeting was cordial and was curious. His interest in Edward and in circumstances that had brought Cullen's prodigy to Volterra during festival, suggesting that his response would be complicated rather than simple execution that Edward had been seeking. Aro's fascination with Edward's telepathy and his request to examine Edward's memories through his own gift of reading every thought person had ever experienced through physical touch, created a moment of vulnerability where Edward's entire history and entire relationship with Bella would become accessible to Volturi leader, whose interest in talented vampires was well known, and whose collection of gifted vampires in his guard represented systematic recruitment of most capable individuals across centuries of searching. Edward's consent to Aro's touch provided information about Bella and about Cullens and about circumstances that had led to this moment. His memories revealing Bella's knowledge of vampires and revealing his love for her and revealing family dynamics that Aro found fascinating beyond simple curiosity about current situation. The discovery that Bella was immune to Edward's telepathy intrigued Aro, whose own gift of reading thoughts through touch also failed to penetrate her mind when he tested his ability by taking her hand and finding complete silence where every other human and every other vampire provided flood of thoughts and memories accessible through his supernatural sense. Her immunity to mental gifts represented unprecedented phenomenon that Aro's 3,000 years of existence had never encountered. His excitement about her unique nature making her valuable, rather than simply making her security risk, when her potential as vampire with defensive gift would be extraordinary if her human immunity translated to enhance supernatural ability after transformation. Jane's attempt to torture Bella with pain illusion that was Volturi's most feared weapon failed completely when Bella felt nothing, despite Jane's visible effort and despite Jane's shock at her inability to affect human, whose mind should have been vulnerable to attack, that worked on every vampire and every human that Jane had ever targeted. The failure demonstrated that Bella's immunity extended beyond passive gifts like telepathy to include active mental attacks, her protection being comprehensive rather than selective, when both Edward's reading and Aro's reading and Jane's torture all proved useless against whatever shield protected her consciousness from supernatural intrusion. Aro's immediate interest in recruiting Bella to Volturi Guard, once she was transformed, created complication, where her immunity made her valuable enough to pursue, but her human status made her liability that violated Volturi's own laws about human knowledge of vampire existence, requiring either transformation or death to maintain security. His ultimatum that Bella must be transformed into vampire or must be killed to prevent her knowledge from threatening exposure created binary choice that eliminated all other options and that required Cullens to commit to transformation that Edward had been resisting despite Bella's requests and despite Alice's visions showing Bella's eventual vampire status. Alice's vision of Bella's transformation that she shared with Aro, through allowing him to witness her precognition, showing Bella as vampire in futures that branched from current decision points, provided evidence that satisfied Volturi requirement that human knowledge would be eliminated through transformation rather than through death. Her demonstration of Bella's future vampire existence, convincing Aro that execution was unnecessary when transformation was guaranteed to occur within reasonable time frame. His acceptance of Alice's vision as evidence represented rare mercy from Volturi, whose usual response to human knowledge was immediate death, rather than delayed transformation. His interest in Bella's potential as gifted vampire outweighing his preference for immediate resolution of security violation. The condition that Bella's transformation must occur soon rather than being indefinitely delayed, created timeline pressure and created Volturi oversight that would verify compliance, their threat to return, and to enforce transformation, or to enforce execution, if Cullens failed to follow through with commitment establishing ongoing surveillance and establishing consequences for failing to transform Bella within period that RO considered acceptable. The release from Volterra occurred with understanding that relationship between Cullens and Volturi had shifted from distant cordiality to active oversight, their interest in Bella and their expectation of her eventual recruitment to guard creating ongoing connection that might prove dangerous in future when her loyalty to Cullens, rather than to Volturi, might create conflict. The return to Forks involved confronting reality that Bella's transformation was now obligation rather than choice. Edward's resistance being overridden by Volturi mandate and by family vote that would determine whether Cullens would honor commitment to transform Bella or would face Volturi enforcement action. The vote occurred at Cullen House, with Bella present to hear family members' decisions about her future. The democratic process being courtesy rather than requirement, when Edward's desires and Carlisle's authority might have determined outcome without input from other family members whose opinions Edward was soliciting, despite knowing results might not favor his preference for keeping Bella human. Carlisle voted yes for transformation. His belief that Bella deserved choice, and his recognition that Volturi mandate left no alternative, making his support clear despite his general reluctance to create new vampires except under extraordinary circumstances. Esme voted yes, supporting Carlisle and supporting Bella's desire despite maternal concern about losing Bella's humanity and losing Bella's mortal experiences. Emmett voted yes enthusiastically. His perspective that vampire existence offered advantages and his lack of regret about his own transformation, making him supportive of Bella joining family permanently. Rosalie voted no. Her resentment of Bella's choice to abandon humanity that Rosalie would reclaim if possible, making her unable to support transformation, even though vote outcome would not change based on her opposition. Jasper voted yes for tactical reasons. His assessment that Bella as vampire would be safer and would eliminate complications her mortality created, making transformation logical choice despite his personal struggles, suggesting that creating new vampire carried risks. Alice voted yes with certainty, based on her visions showing Bella's successful transformation and showing Bella's future happiness as vampire, her precognition confirming outcome while process remained to be navigated. Edward's vote was no, despite understanding that his opposition would be overridden by family majority and by Volturi mandate. His desire to preserve Bella's humanity and his belief that vampire existence was curse rather than gift, making him unable to support transformation, even though circumstances had eliminated his ability to prevent it indefinitely. The decision that Bella would be transformed after high school graduation in June represented compromise, allowing her to complete human education and allowing her to experience human milestone before transformation ended her mortality permanently. The timeline satisfying Volturi requirement for relatively prompt action, while giving Bella months to prepare for change that would alter everything about her existence and would make her immortal predator rather than mortal human, whose fragility had defined her relationship with Edward and had defined her existence within supernatural world she had entered through loving vampire whose nature should have made relationship impossible. Spring of 2007 brought serial killings to Seattle area that human authorities attributed to gang activity or to unusually violent crime wave. The disappearances and the bodies discovered in various locations, creating pattern that vampire-educated observer would recognize as newborn activity. Even though human police had no framework for understanding supernatural causes behind murders that were increasing in frequency and in violence as weeks passed. Edward's monitoring of news reports and his assessment of kill patterns identified newborn vampire signature in the violence. His century of experience and his knowledge of vampire behavior, allowing him to recognize that someone was creating an army of newly transformed vampires, whose lack of control and whose excessive strength were resulting in bodies that conventional criminal activity would not produce in such numbers or with such extreme violence. The realization that Victoria was responsible for newborn creation represented escalation of her revenge plot from personal hunt to strategic warfare, her patience and her planning having evolved into campaign that would overwhelm Cullen defenses through sheer numbers when newborn strength exceeded even experienced vampires' capabilities during first year of transformed existence. Her strategy demonstrated intelligence and demonstrated commitment to Bella's death that went beyond simple vengeance into obsessive dedication that was consuming Victoria's entire existence and was driving her to create an army that would cost dozens of human lives in transformation process and would cost additional lives during training and during eventual assault on Forks, where Cullens and their human charge resided. Bella's recognition that Edward would never voluntarily transform her, despite Volturi mandate and despite family vote, created frustration that manifested in increasingly direct demands for transformation, that Edward continued deflecting through promises of eventually and through insistence that she experience human milestones before surrendering mortality that he viewed as precious and viewed as worth preserving, despite her disagreement about relative value of human versus vampire existence. His conditions for transformation evolved to include marriage first, his traditional values, and his desire for proper courtship, creating requirement that Bella found archaic and found uncomfortable when her parents' failed marriage had created skepticism about institution that Edward viewed as sacred commitment rather than as legal contract that could be dissolved when convenience dictated. Bella's reluctance about marriage stemmed partly from her parents' divorce and partly from her sense that marriage at 18 was rushing into permanent commitment that conventional wisdom suggested waiting for until maturity and stability were established. Her practical nature recognizing that teenage marriages statistically failed and that her youth made long-term commitment seem premature despite her certainty about loving Edward and despite her desire to spend eternity with him. Edward's insistence that marriage before transformation represented proper order of events and represented respect for human traditions that vampire transformation would make irrelevant, created impasse where his conditions for granting her desire conflicted with her resistance to institution she associated with failure and with loss. Jacob's continued presence in Bella's life despite Edward's return created tension that Edward tolerated because Bella's happiness required Jacob's friendship and because refusing her contact with Werewolf, who had saved her life and who had helped heal her depression, would have been cruel, regardless of Edward's discomfort with their relationship. The treaty complications involving Bella's eventual transformation on land that Quileutes considered their territory created legal problem, where Cullen's plan to transform Bella technically violated agreement that vampires would not create new vampires on reservation land, the definition of forks as part of Quileute. Traditional territory being disputable, but being enforceable through pack action, if they chose to interpret treaties strictly. Edward's negotiation with Jacob established temporary peace, where Edward agreed to allow Bella time with Jacob in exchange for Bella agreeing to marry Edward after graduation, the bargain being transactional in ways that Bella resented, when two males she loved were negotiating her time and her commitments without adequately consulting her preferences or adequately respecting her agency in decisions that affected her life more than they affected either Edward or Jacob. Her anger at being treated as prize or as property to be divided between vampire and werewolf created arguments with both of them about respecting her choices and about allowing her to determine her own relationships rather than having those relationships mediated through agreements between Edward and Jacob that treated her as object rather than as participant. The newborn army's purpose and Victoria's involvement became clear when Alice's visions showed red-haired vampire creating new vampires in Seattle and showed those newborns being directed toward Forks with obvious intention to attack Cullens and to kill Bella in revenge for James's destruction. The scale of Victoria's army exceeded what Cullens alone could handle when 20 or more newborns, whose temporary strength made them devastating fighters, would overwhelm 7 vampires regardless of gifts or regardless of coordination. The mathematics of combat requiring additional forces or requiring strategic advantages that would offset numerical disadvantage that Victoria was creating through systematic transformation of humans whose deaths in training and whose deaths in battle were acceptable costs for achieving her goal. The alliance between Cullens and Quileute Pack represented unprecedented cooperation between species whose biological enmity and whose treaty had maintained separation for decades. Their shared interest in protecting Bella and their shared recognition that Victoria's newborn army threatened both vampire family and human town, creating common cause that overcame instinctual hatred and overcame historical tensions. Sam's agreement to joint defense required pack consensus and required acceptance that fighting alongside vampires violated every instinct, but served greater purpose of protecting tribal land and protecting Bella, whose connection to Jacob made her pack responsibility, despite her relationship with vampires who were normally considered enemies. Jasper's expertise from Southern vampire wars provided tactical knowledge that neither Cullens nor wolves possessed independently. His decades of fighting newborn armies and his decades of training newborns, giving him understanding of newborn combat patterns and giving him knowledge of weaknesses that could be exploited by experienced fighters who understood how newborn strength could be overcome through superior technique and through superior coordination. His training sessions with combined Cullen Wolf forces created strange alliance where ancient enemies practiced combat techniques together and learned to coordinate attacks in ways that would maximize their effectiveness against numerically superior newborn force. The training revealed differences between vampire combat and werewolf combat, that required both sides to adjust tactics and to understand each other's capabilities. Vampires' stone-hard bodies and vampire speed, contrasting with the wolves' massive size and wolves' pack coordination, creating complementary strengths that combined assault could leverage against newborns whose raw power was formidable, but whose lack of control and whose lack of training made them vulnerable to experienced opponents who fought intelligently rather than fighting through simple, overwhelming force. Jasper's demonstrations of newborn behavior and his explanations of newborn psychology helped both vampires and wolves understand their opponents' likely actions and likely responses to various tactical approaches. Bella's realization that she loved Jacob while loving Edward created emotional crisis that she had been avoiding through maintaining fiction that Jacob was only friend, despite obvious evidence of his romantic feelings, and despite her own confused emotional responses to his presence that went beyond simple friendship into territory she had not wanted to acknowledge while committed to Edward. The recognition that love was not simple binary choice between Jacob and Edward, but was complex emotional reality where different types of love could coexist, created guilt and created confusion about whether emotional honesty required confessing feelings to Edward or required maintaining silence to avoid hurting him, with knowledge that would serve no purpose beyond easing her conscience. Jacob's direct confrontation about her feelings forced acknowledgement that she had been avoiding. His demand that she admit loving him creating a moment where denial was no longer possible, and where honesty required admitting attraction and affection that competed with her deeper love for Edward, even though competition did not mean equivalence, when her love for Edward was all-consuming, while her love for Jacob was gentler and was simpler and was connected to warmth and sunlight rather than to intensity and eternity. Her confession to Jacob that she loved him but loved Edward more provided clarity while simultaneously creating pain. When Jacob recognized that second place in her affections was position he occupied permanently, and was position that would never elevate to primary, regardless of how much he loved her or how much he cared for him. Edward's proposal with his biological mother's ring occurred on hillside overlooking Forks. His presentation of heirloom from his human life, representing trust and representing permanence in ways that contemporary engagement ring could not match, when the ring connected him to his human past and connected Bella to that history through offering her symbol of his mother's blessing and his mother's hope that he would find love despite his transformation into vampire, whose existence his mother could not have imagined when dying of influenza in 1918. Bella's acceptance, despite lingering concerns about marriage, came from recognition that Edward's traditional values required formal commitment, and came from her understanding that refusing would mean delaying transformation indefinitely, when her mortality was temporary condition she was eager to shed. The compromise of announcing engagement after dealing with Victoria's threat and after surviving newborn battle allowed Bella to delay informing Charlie and Renee about marriage plans that they would oppose based on her age and based on their reasonable concerns about 18-year-old making permanent commitment before experiencing independence or experiencing adult life beyond high school. Her recognition that she was technically adult and was capable of making own decisions competed with her awareness that her parents' objections were reasonable and were motivated by concern for her welfare rather than by desire to control her choices, their perspectives being informed by experience and by wisdom that she had not yet accumulated. The plan for newborn battle involved hiding Bella with Edward and with Seth Clearwater at a mountain campsite, while other Cullens and other pack members fought Victoria's army in clearing that Alice's visions showed as battlefield, the strategy being designed to draw newborns to false location while protecting actual target whose scent would be absent from battle site and whose location would be unknown to Victoria until too late to redirect her forces. Bella's role as bait who was simultaneously protected created frustration at her helplessness and created guilt about others fighting while she hid. Her desire to participate being impractical when human fragility made her liability rather than asset in combat situation, where vampire strength and werewolf power were minimum requirements for survival. Edward's conversation with Bella during camping night before battle revealed aspects of his human life that he rarely discussed. His memories of his mother, Elizabeth Mason, and his memories of his father, Edward Sr., creating picture of loving family destroyed by influenza epidemic that had killed millions in 1918 and 1919, when medical science could not prevent or treat viral infection that spread through cities with devastating efficiency. His mother's dying wish that Carlisle save Edward by any means necessary had been Carlisle's authorization for transformation, her maternal love making her willing to sacrifice her son's humanity for chance at his survival, even though she could not have fully understood what she was requesting when vampire existence was beyond her experience and beyond her imagination. His description of his century of loneliness and his century of observing other vampires' relationships while remaining alone, because his telepathy showed him every potential partner's flaws and showed him every potential partner's hidden thoughts. That romance and mystery concealed from normal observation created understanding of why Bella's silent mind had been so appealing when her thoughts remained her own and when her character had to be understood through conversation and through observation rather than through direct access to consciousness. His explanation that loving her was first experience of mystery and first experience of truly getting to know someone without supernatural advantage demonstrated that their relationship represented novelty in his century of existence, where everyone else had been open book, whose every page he had read before conversation revealed what they wanted him to know. Victoria and Riley's tracking of Bella to mountain campsite, despite precautions and despite attempts to hide her location, demonstrated Victoria's obsession and demonstrated her intelligence in recognizing deception and in following actual scent trail rather than being misdirected to false battlefield. Their arrival at campsite created confrontation that Edward and Seth had to handle alone, while battle occurred miles away, a clearing where other Cullens and other pack members were engaged with newborn army. The split forcing Edward to protect Bella, while simultaneously fighting two vampires whose coordination and whose determination made them formidable opponents despite Edward's experience and despite Seth's werewolf advantages. The fight involved Edward facing Victoria while Seth fought Riley. The separation of opponents allowing Edward to focus on female vampire whose gift for evasion made her difficult to corner and made her difficult to destroy when her survival instinct and her supernatural agility allowed her to avoid attacks that would have destroyed less gifted opponents. His telepathy reading, her combat decisions before she executed them, provided advantage that Riley's thoughts did not give when Riley was not planning attacks, but was simply responding to Victoria's mental command, and was serving as distraction while Victoria sought opportunity to reach Bella, whose death was her ultimate goal and her ultimate motivation for creating Newborn Army and for risking confrontation with Cullens, who had destroyed James and who would destroy her if given opportunity. Edward's destruction of Riley occurred through exploiting Riley's inexperience and through reading his thoughts that revealed vulnerabilities and revealed openings that experienced vampire would have protected, but that Newborn's raw aggression left exposed to counterattack. Seth's assistance in finishing Riley, while Edward focused entirely on Victoria, created teamwork between vampire and werewolf that would have seemed impossible before shared threat required cooperation that overcame biological enmity. Victoria's destruction followed Riley's death, when her distraction at losing her companion created split-second vulnerability that Edward exploited, his speed and his precision allowing him to dismember her before her evasion gift could activate and before she could escape to attempt revenge another day through different strategy. The battle at Clearing was simultaneously concluding with Cullens and Pack destroying Victoria's Newborn Army through coordinated assault that leveraged Jasper's tactical planning and that leveraged combined vampire-werewolf strengths against opponents whose numbers had seemed overwhelming, but whose lack of training and whose lack of coordination made them vulnerable to organized opposition. The casualties on Cullen Pack's side were minimal, with only Jacob suffering a significant injury when Newborn had grabbed him and had crushed his ribs and had broken bones in his right side before Leah's intervention and before other wolves and vampires had destroyed the attacker. His healing would require weeks and would require Pack's supernatural regeneration that made recovery faster than human healing, but that still involved significant pain and significant temporary disability. The Volturi representatives' arrival after battle ended represented oversight and represented their interest in circumstances that had created Newborn Army in their territory. Jane and Alec and Dimitri and Felix appearing in Clearing where burning newborn remains still smoldered and where evidence of systematic vampire creation violated laws that Volturi enforced through destroying both creators and creations when newborn armies threatened exposure. Their assessment of situation and their questioning of Cullens about Victoria's identity and about her motivations revealed that Volturi were disappointed to find threat already neutralized when their arrival had anticipated need for their intervention and had anticipated opportunity to demonstrate their power and their authority in region where Cullen's independence sometimes seemed to challenge Volturi's supremacy. Carlyle's explanation of Victoria's revenge motivation and his explanation of James's prior attack on Bella satisfied Volturi curiosity while creating additional interest in Bella, whose continued human status and whose continued involvement with vampires was noted by Jane, whose reminder that transformation must occur soon represented threat that was diplomatic in phrasing, but was absolute in implication. The execution of Britannia, despite Cullen's offer to take responsibility for young newborn who had surrendered and who had cooperated, demonstrated Volturi's approach to enforcement. and demonstrated their unwillingness to make exceptions when laws had been violated regardless of circumstances or regardless of mitigating factors that might justify mercy in other contexts. Jacob's discovery of Bella's engagement occurred through casual mention. During his recovery from injuries, his devastated reaction and his accusation of betrayal, creating confrontation where Bella's attempts to explain her reasoning and her attempts to justify her choice failed against his pain at losing her permanently to Edward, when marriage and transformation would eliminate any possibility of their future together. His reckless behavior during battle had been partially motivated by despair and by hope that death might be preferable to watching Bella choose Edward permanently. His survival, despite risky actions feeling like cruelty when continued existence, meant witnessing her marriage and meant witnessing her transformation into vampire, whose nature would make her enemy according to treaty and according to wolf instinct. Bella's guilt about hurting Jacob competed with her certainty that choosing Edward was correct decision despite pain it caused a person she genuinely loved and genuinely cared about in ways that were different from but not inferior to romantic love. Her recognition that she could not choose Jacob to spare his feelings when her heart belonged to Edward, creating impossible situation where someone would be hurt regardless of her choice, and where her responsibility was to her own happiness rather than to Jacob's desires. His eventual acceptance came slowly and came painfully. His recognition that fighting her decisions served no purpose except prolonging agony for both of them, creating resignation that allowed him to remain in her life as friend rather than eliminating himself completely from her existence through maintaining distance that would have been easier for him, but that would have created additional loss for Bella, who valued his presence despite complications. The graduation ceremony in June of 2007 represented ending of Bella's human education and represented symbolic conclusion of her human life before transformation would begin her immortal existence. The milestone being bittersweet, when accomplishment that should have represented beginning of adult independence instead represented ending of humanity and beginning of vampire existence that would make college and career and normal human future impossible. Her graduation speech about choices and about beginnings and about uncertainty addressed graduating class whose futures were unknown but were presumably human, her own future being certain but being supernatural in ways that made her speech's themes ironic when she knew exactly what came next, while pretending uncertainty that her classmates genuinely felt. Charlie's pride in his daughter's graduation and his confusion about her immediate marriage plans created tension between them, that Bella managed through evasion and through deflection, rather than through honest conversation that would have revealed Edward's importance and would have revealed transformation plans that Charlie could not know about and could not understand, even if told directly. Renee's visit for graduation provided maternal bonding and provided approval of Bella's choices that was based on incomplete information and was based on Renee's trust that Bella's mature judgment would guide her correctly, despite youth and despite rushed timeline that conventional wisdom suggested waiting longer to follow. August 13, 2007 arrived with Bella's escalating anxiety about wedding ceremony that Alice had been planning with meticulous attention to detail that transformed simple family gathering into elaborate production. involving hundreds of guests and involving decorations that had consumed weeks of preparation, the scale exceeding anything Bella would have chosen for herself, but representing Alice's joy at finally having wedding to plan, and representing her determination to create perfect day despite bride's preference for courthouse ceremony that would have satisfied legal requirements without theatrical presentation. The morning preparations involved Alice's management of every aspect, from Bella's hair to her dress to her makeup, the transformation from ordinary teenage girl to bride being accomplished through Alice's expertise and through her refusal to accept anything less than perfection for wedding that she had been envisioning through her precognitive gift for months before actual ceremony occurred. Renee's emotional reaction to seeing Bella in wedding dress created maternal moment that transcended Renee's usual scattered approach to significant events. Her tears and her joy at her daughter's wedding being genuine despite her concerns about Bella's age and despite her reservations about marriage before college or before experiencing independence that Renee herself had valued during her own youth. Charlie's resignation about losing his daughter to marriage competed with his satisfaction at walking her down aisle and at fulfilling traditional paternal role. His discomfort with Edward and his suspicion about rushed timeline being subordinated to his recognition that Bella's happiness mattered more than his approval or his understanding of relationship that he could not fully comprehend given supernatural dimensions that remain secret. The ceremony occurred in Cullen backyard that Alice had transformed into fairy tale setting through flowers and through lighting and through decorations that created atmosphere of romance and of magic, appropriate for wedding that was simultaneously ordinary human ritual and supernatural union between human and vampire whose natures should have made marriage impossible. Edward waiting an altar-created moment of crystalline clarity where Bella's doubts and Bella's anxiety dissolved into certainty that marrying him was correct choice, regardless of age and regardless of conventional wisdom, suggesting waiting. His expression showing love and showing commitment that made promises being exchanged feel genuine rather than feeling performative when depth of their bond exceeded what wedding vows could adequately capture. Jasper's use of his empathic gift to calm Bella's wedding anxiety represented assistance that she appreciated despite recognizing that supernatural manipulation of her emotions was ethically complicated when her nervousness was natural response to significant life event and when artificial calm might prevent her from processing feelings that deserved acknowledgement. The reception at Cullen House involved mingling with guests who were a mixture of Bella's human friends and family, and Cullen family's vampire acquaintances whose presence created surreal atmosphere, where humans and vampires occupied same space while maintaining careful separation of knowledge about supernatural realities that humans could not be allowed to discover. Jacob's surprise appearance at reception represented peace offering and represented his attempt to maintain friendship despite pain of watching Bella marry Edward. His presence requiring courage and requiring suppression of instincts that made proximity to vampires physically uncomfortable and made celebration of Bella's choice feel like endorsement of decision that destroyed his hopes for their future together. Their dance together created opportunity for conversation and created opportunity for Jacob to express complicated feelings about her marriage and about her impending transformation. His warning that treaty would be violated if transformation occurred on Quileute land representing last attempt to prevent or delay change that would make Bella vampire and would make her technically his enemy, according to pack law and according to biological imperatives that govern werewolf responses to vampires. The honeymoon destination was Isle Esme, off Brazilian coast, private island that Carlyle had given to Esme as gift, and that family used occasionally for retreats requiring complete privacy and requiring isolation from human populations, whose presence complicated vampire existence through creating constant temptation and constant need for control. The tropical paradise setting represented romantic ideal and represented Edward's attempt to provide Bella with perfect honeymoon experience before transformation would change everything about her physical existence and about her capabilities and about her relationship with human pleasures that vampire senses would transform or would eliminate completely, depending on specific experiences and specific transformations that occurred during change from mortal to immortal. Bella's nervousness about consummating marriage with vampire whose strength exceeded hers by orders of magnitude created genuine fear that Edward's passion might result in her injury or might result in her death when his supernatural power made him capable of crushing her accidentally during moments when control might slip despite his best intentions. Edward's extreme caution and his careful planning and his absolute focus on her safety during their first night together represented his understanding of danger and his commitment to protecting her even from himself. His underestimation of his own passion's intensity creating situation where his control proved less absolute than he had assumed, and where physical evidence of their intimacy manifested in bruises covering Bella's body that vampire strength had inflicted despite his attempts at gentleness. His horror at discovering bruises the following morning, and his immediate refusal to repeat physical intimacy, despite Bella's protests and despite her insistence that bruises were acceptable price for closeness, created conflict where Edward's protective instincts and Edward's guilt overwhelmed Bella's preferences and Bella's desire for normal marriage that included physical relationship rather than celibate coexistence justified by excessive caution. Her frustration at being treated as fragile object requiring protection rather than as wife deserving normal marital relations manifested in arguments and in attempts to seduce Edward, past his self-imposed restrictions that he maintained despite her willingness to accept bruises and despite her genuine enjoyment of their intimacy that exceeded any physical discomfort resulting from strength differential. The eventual compromise allowing resumption of physical intimacy came with Edward's continued extreme carefulness and with his absolute focus on control that prevented repetition of bruising, but that also prevented full abandonment to passion that characterized normal honeymoon experiences. His vampire nature requiring constant vigilance and requiring constant management of strength that could kill her accidentally if his focus wavered during moments when instinct might override conscious control. The weeks on Isle Esme should have been idyllic and should have been perfect beginning to their marriage, but underlying tension about transformation timeline and underlying awareness that honeymoon represented last days of Bella's humanity created bittersweet quality where joy was shadowed by approaching change. Bella's late period registered initially as stress-related irregularity rather than as sign of impossible pregnancy when vampire human reproduction was unknown in vampire history, and when Edward's transformation should have made him incapable of biological functions including fertility that required living cells and required processes that vampire crystalline body no longer supported. Her realization of pregnancy came through combination of physical symptoms and through Edward's sudden ability to hear second heartbeat, fetal consciousness being accessible to his telepathy in ways that confirmed pregnancy and confirmed that impossible biological event was actually occurring, despite every rule of vampire nature suggesting that Edward's body could not create life when his transformation had ended his biological humanity. The pregnancy's progression at supernatural speed demonstrated hybrid nature of fetus, whose vampire characteristics were manifesting even during gestation, the accelerated development compressing 9 months of normal pregnancy into weeks that were passing with alarming rapidity and were creating physical changes that normal human pregnancy would not produce in equivalent time frame. The fetus's vampire strength became apparent when Bella's ribs began cracking from internal pressure, and when her spine showed stress fractures from growing child, whose hardness exceeded human baby's softness, and whose strength exceeded womb's capacity to contain without damage to maternal body that was attempting to support pregnancy that human physiology was not designed to sustain. Edward's immediate advocacy for abortion represented his terror at watching pregnancy kill Bella, and his assessment that terminating pregnancy was the only way to save her life when fetal vampire strength was destroying her from inside, and when medical intervention seemed impossible given hybrid nature that exceeded Carlyle's medical knowledge and exceeded any documented pregnancy in vampire historical records. His desperation manifested in pleading with Bella to terminate and in enlisting family members to convince her that abortion was necessary for her survival. His focus on saving her life overriding any consideration of fetus's right to exist when choice seemed binary between Bella's death with fetus's birth or Bella's survival through pregnancy termination. Bella's absolute refusal to abort despite Edward's pleas and despite family's concerns represented her immediate maternal attachment and her immediate certainty that baby deserved chance to live regardless of cost to herself, her protective instinct toward unborn child, exceeding her self-preservation instinct in ways that Edward found incomprehensible and found maddening when her choice seemed suicidal and seemed irrational given that fetus was killing her and given that continuing pregnancy would result in her death before transformation could save her. Her determination to carry pregnancy to term, despite physical deterioration and despite genuine risk of death before baby could be delivered, created fundamental conflict where Edward's desire to save Bella competed with Bella's desire to save baby in a situation where both surviving seemed increasingly unlikely. The physical deterioration progressed rapidly as pregnancy advanced. Her inability to eat normal food and her body's rejection of human nutrition creating starvation situation until discovery that baby wanted blood rather than conventional food. The vampire nature of fetus requiring vampire diet, even during gestation when maternal body could not process blood efficiently, but could process it sufficiently to provide fetal nutrition, that human food was failing to deliver. Bella's consumption of blood through drinking rather than through feeding represented compromise that allowed baby to receive needed nutrition while preventing complete maternal starvation. The blood drinking being psychologically difficult for Bella, whose human sensibilities found blood repulsive despite necessity and despite slight improvement in her condition, once baby was receiving adequate nutrition. Rosalie's surprising alliance with Bella represented their first genuine connection and represented Rosalie's projection of her own infertility and her own grief about never being able to have biological children onto Bella's situation. Her fierce protection of Bella's choice, coming from empathy and coming from Rosalie's resentment at others trying to force abortion when bodily autonomy and reproductive choice should belong to woman carrying child, regardless of others' opinions about wisdom or safety of continuing pregnancy. Her positioning herself as Bella's bodyguard against family members who might try to force abortion created unexpected alliance and created conflict within Cullen household, where Edward's desperation and Rosalie's determination created opposing forces with Bella caught between them. The rapid fetal development meant pregnancy that should have lasted 9 months was compressing into single month from conception to delivery, the supernatural timeline creating urgency and creating a situation where Bella's survival seemed increasingly doubtful as baby grew stronger and as Bella's body showed more damage from containing child whose nature was incompatible with human maternal physiology. Carlisle's medical monitoring provided information, but provided limited ability to intervene when hybrid pregnancy was unprecedented and when standard obstetric procedures were inadequate for situations involving vampire-strength fetus that might survive delivery, but that would likely kill mother during birth process. Jacob's return to Forks after wedding absence brought him back into Bella's life during crisis. His initial anger at her marriage transforming into horror at seeing her physical condition and into fury at Edward for impregnating her with creature that was killing her through gestation that human body could not sustain. His pack's decision that baby represented threat requiring destruction and requiring Bella's death to prevent violation of treaty created moral crisis, where Sam's alpha command to kill Bella and kill fetus was opposed by Jacob and by Seth and by Leah Clearwater, whose consciences would not accept murdering Bella to enforce treaty technicalities or to prevent birth of child who had not yet committed any offense beyond existing. The pack split occurred when Jacob's refusal to follow Alpha Command and when Seth's and Leah's refusal to participate in Bella's murder created schism that allowed them to break from Sam's authority through Jacob's alpha bloodline activating and through his formation of separate pack that rejected Sam's authority and rejected his decision that Bella must die. The breaking created permanent fracture in Quileute pack and created situation where Jacob's pack of 3 protected Bella against Sam's larger pack, whose members were bound by Alpha Command to enforce Sam's decision regardless of personal feelings or personal relationships with Bella, who many of them had known since childhood. Edward's desperate offer to Jacob that Edward would arrange for Bella to be romantically available to Jacob if she survived represented his complete desperation and his willingness to sacrifice his own relationship if it meant Bella would choose abortion to be with Jacob, whose human warmth she had admitted loving even while loving Edward more intensely. The bargain offered Jacob everything he wanted if he could convince Bella to terminate pregnancy that Edward believed would kill her. The offer being genuine despite seeming impossible when Edward's jealousy and Edward's possessiveness made sharing Bella seem unthinkable under normal circumstances but seemed acceptable when alternative was her death. Jacob's consideration of Edward's offer and his ultimate inability to accept demonstrated that his love for Bella transcended his desire to possess her. His recognition that manipulating her decision through false promises would betray her trust and would damage her autonomy, making acceptance impossible despite temptation and despite genuine desire for a relationship with her, that Edward's offer would have facilitated if Jacob had been willing to exploit her vulnerability. His refusal to manipulate her preserved his integrity, but meant watching her continue pregnancy that was destroying her body and was approaching delivery that seemed certain to kill her regardless of preparation or regardless of medical intervention that Carlyle was attempting to plan. September 10, 2007 began with catastrophic spinal fracture that occurred during normal movement. Bella's simple act of stretching causing her backbone to snap under pressure that pregnancy had been creating through months of progressive deterioration. The breaking of her spine initiating labor that was premature even by accelerated hybrid pregnancy standards. And that was occurring under worst possible circumstances when Bella's body was already damaged beyond what human physiology could survive without immediate intervention. The pain was immediate and was total. Her screams bringing Edward and Rosalie and Jacob running to room where Bella was collapsing, while baby inside her was moving with strength that was breaking additional ribs and was causing internal damage that would kill Bella within minutes if delivery did not occur immediately to remove source of trauma before accumulated injuries resulted in death. The transformation might not reverse if initiated too late. Rosalie's assistance during emergency delivery lasted only seconds before blood scent overwhelmed her control despite decades of vegetarian discipline and despite her determination to help Bella through birth. Her loss of control, requiring Jacob to physically remove her from room and requiring Edward to take over delivery procedure that he had been hoping to avoid when his own control around Bella's blood was tested constantly and was requiring focus that emergency circumstances made nearly impossible to maintain. His performance of emergency cesarean section using his teeth rather than scalpel occurred because Renesmee's skin was already vampire hard and was resistant to surgical instruments that human doctors would use for normal delivery. His vampire strength and his vampire teeth being only tools capable of cutting through amniotic sac that had crystalline properties inherited from Edward's contribution to conception. Renesmee Carly Cullen emerged from her mother's body with mixture of vampire and human characteristics, her name combining Renee and Esme for first name, and combining Carlisle and Charlie for middle name in tribute to both sets of grandparents, who would never know full truth about granddaughter whose hybrid nature made her unprecedented being in vampire history. Her appearance showed beauty that exceeded human parameters, while maintaining warmth and softness that vampire transformation would have eliminated. Her eyes being chocolate brown like Bella's human eyes rather than red or gold of vampire eyes. Her skin being warm rather than cold, even though her body showed strength and showed durability that human infant would not possess. Bella's brief moment holding her daughter before death represented maternal connection and represented fulfillment of her absolute determination to bring this child into world, regardless of personal cost. Her consciousness fading even as she memorized Renesmee's face, and even as she felt her daughter's warm weight in her arms, for seconds before her body's systems began failing completely from blood loss and from trauma that had accumulated during pregnancy and had culminated in delivery that had destroyed her spine and had broken her ribs and had caused internal injuries incompatible with continued human life. Edward's desperate transformation, injecting venom directly into Bella's heart, represented last possible intervention when her heartbeat was failing and when her breathing was stopping. His biting of her wrists and her ankles and her throat to spread venom throughout her system being an attempt to reach all major vessels and all extremities before her circulation stopped completely and before death became irreversible even through vampire transformation that could heal most damage, but that could not resurrect corpses whose cells had died beyond what venom could repair. His methodical coverage of her body with bites represented medical procedure rather than feeding despite presence of her blood that his mouth contacted during process. His focus on saving her overriding thirst and overriding instinct through sheer force of will, that his century of control made possible, but that newborn or that younger vampire could not have achieved. Jacob's entry into the delivery room immediately after Renesmee's birth was motivated by his intention to kill creature that had murdered Bella, his rage at baby, who had caused Bella's death and his grief at losing Bella, creating tunnel vision where destroying baby seemed like justice and seemed like appropriate response to loss that was breaking him, even as he was moving toward Renesmee with intention to end her existence. The imprint occurred instantaneously when his eyes met Renesmee's gaze. The supernatural bonding that was fundamental aspect of collude shapeshifter nature, activating in moment of visual contact and rewriting Jacob's entire universe to center on this child, whose existence suddenly became more important than his own life, and whose happiness and safety became his absolute priority, superseding every other consideration, including his love for Bella. The imprint's nature was not romantic despite common misunderstanding about what imprinting represented. Jacob's bond to Renesmee being protective and being devoted without sexual component when she was infant, and when his role was guardian rather than lover. Regardless of her eventual maturity, and regardless of their future relationship that would evolve based on her needs, rather than based on predetermined romantic destiny, his immediate shift from intending to kill her to being willing to die protecting her demonstrated imprint's power and demonstrated its capacity to override conscious intention and conscious emotion through biological imperative that made imprinted individual the center of imprinter's existence. Bella's 3-day transformation burning occurred with Edward maintaining vigil beside her and talking to her continuously despite uncertainty about whether she could hear him through pain that was consuming her consciousness. His descriptions of their life together and his promises about their future and his apologies for causing her pain through pregnancy and through transformation, representing his attempt to provide anchor and to provide comfort during process that he knew from experience was agony beyond adequate description. Her supernatural control during transformation, keeping her silent and keeping her still, despite burning that should have produced screaming and thrashing, demonstrated mental discipline that exceeded what newborn vampires typically displayed. Her determination not to show weakness, and her focus on enduring rather than on expressing pain, being characteristic of her personality and being preview of control she would display after awakening. The transformation's progression from human to vampire involves systematic rewriting of her biology at cellular level, venom spreading through her system and replacing human cells with crystalline vampire structure that was harder and was stronger, and was fundamentally different from mortal tissue that had defined her physical existence for 18 years. Her heart continued beating throughout 3 days while venom worked, the rhythm gradually slowing as transformation neared completion, and as a vampire body began functioning according to different principles than human body required. Her final heartbeat on September 13th, marking official end of her humanity and marking beginning of immortal existence that would continue indefinitely without aging and without death from natural causes. September 13th, 2007, at approximately 6 in the evening, brought Bella's awakening as vampire, her opening eyes showing red colouring characteristic of newborn, who had consumed human blood during transformation through her own blood being present in her system during change. The crimson irises being temporary condition that would fade to gold through vegetarian feeding, but that marked her current status as newly transformed vampire, whose control was unknown and whose behavior was unpredictable, based on standard newborn patterns. Her first sight with enhanced vision revealed Edward with clarity and detail that human eyes could never achieve. Every feature of his face and every plane of his perfect beauty becoming visible without human limitations or human visual impairment that had required her to wear contacts during human life. Her discovery of unprecedented newborn control manifested immediately when her thirst registered as background discomfort rather than as consuming obsession, her rational thought remaining intact, and her ability to focus on Edward and on conversation rather than on blood scent demonstrating discipline that should have been impossible for vampire measured in hours rather than in decades or centuries of practice. The Cullens' amazement and her control exceeded their amazement at any previous newborn's behavior, when even Carlisle's exceptional discipline had required time to develop and had not manifested immediately upon transformation. Her immediate rationality and her immediate ability to prioritize relationships over thirst, representing capabilities that redefined understanding of what newborn vampires could achieve. Meeting Renesmee for first time as vampire created mother-daughter connection that Bella had feared might be lost through transformation if her vampire nature overwhelmed her human memories or overwhelmed her human attachments. Her relief at feeling maternal love and her relief at recognizing her daughter, despite changed perspective demonstrating that core aspects of her personality and her relationships had survived transformation intact. Renesmee's gift manifesting through showing Bella her own memories through touch provided communication method that transcended language barriers and that allowed infant to express complex thoughts and complex emotions that verbal communication could not yet convey. Her ability to share images and feelings directly into another person's consciousness through physical contact being supernatural gift inherited from neither parent, but being unique capability that hybrid nature had produced. Renesmee's rapid growth was apparent immediately when comparison to normal infant development showed acceleration that would continue throughout her early existence, her physical and mental development progressing at pace that meant she would reach maturity within years rather than within decades that human childhood required. The concern about hybrid lifespan and about hybrid aging patterns created uncertainty about how long Renesmee would live and about whether her aging would eventually stabilize or would continue, until early death made her existence tragically brief, despite her parents' immortality. The unknown nature of hybrid development, creating anxiety that Cullens attempted to hide from Bella, but that their worried conversations revealed when they thought she was not paying attention. Bella's first hunt with Edward demonstrated her natural grace and demonstrated her efficiency at vampire activities that other newborns struggled to master. Her movement through forest and her tracking of mountain lions showing instinctive understanding of predator role and showing physical coordination that exceeded what clumsy human Bella had ever displayed during her mortal existence. The encounter with rock climbers on mountain created test of her control when human scent reached her and when thirst responded to presence of prey, whose vulnerability made them easy targets for newborn vampire whose strength would make killing them effortless and whose inexperience might make resisting temptation impossible despite vegetarian intentions. Her successful resistance to human blood scent exceeded even Alice's most optimistic visions and exceeded what family had believed possible for newborn whose hours of vampire existence numbered in single digits. Her ability to smell humans without attacking, and her ability to maintain rational thought and maintain control despite thirst, demonstrating unprecedented discipline that made her safer around humans than Jasper was after 60 years of vegetarian practice. The comparison to Jasper created complicated feelings when his decades of struggle and his decades of failure were suddenly rendered less impressive by Bella's immediate success. His pride in her achievement competing with his shame about his own inadequacy and his confusion about why control that he had fought for across 6 decades came naturally to Vampire, who should have been most dangerous and most unpredictable member of family. The discovery of Bella's shield gift occurred through Edward's frustrated attempts to hear her thoughts that remained completely silent even after transformation, when her mental shield should have disappeared if it had been simply human limitation, rather than being supernatural gift that transformation had enhanced, rather than eliminated. Jane's visit during early weeks of Bella's vampire existence provided opportunity to test Shield's effectiveness against mental attacks when Jane attempted to cause Bella pain through her gift, and when that attempt failed completely, just as it had failed when Bella was human. The immunity confirming that Bella's protection was supernatural ability rather than being quirk of human neurology that transformation would have corrected. The shield as mental protection that Bella had unconsciously maintained throughout her human life explained Edward's inability to hear her thoughts, and explained Aro's inability to read her mind, and explained Jane's inability to hurt her. The defensive capability being always on protection that prevented intrusion, regardless of whether intrusion was friendly reading like Edward's telepathy or hostile attack, like Jane's pain illusion. The realization that her gift was protection rather than being offensive capability created understanding that her vampire power reflected her fundamental nature as person who protected those she loved, and as person whose instinct was shielding others from harm, rather than causing harm herself. The shield's potential to extend beyond self-protection emerged through experimentation and through practice. Her discovery that she could project shield consciously to cover other people, creating tactical possibilities, and creating defensive capabilities that would prove crucial during future confrontations, when protecting family from mental attacks would mean difference between victory and defeat against opponents whose gifts work through consciousness and whose powers could be neutralized through shield that prevented mental intrusion or mental manipulation. The first months as vampire family involved Bella adjusting to immortality and adjusting to supernatural strength and adjusting to never sleeping and adjusting to sensory enhancements that made world more vivid and more detailed and more overwhelming than human senses had ever perceived. Her relationship with Edward transformed from dynamic, where he was protector and she was protected, into partnership between equals whose strength and whose immortality made them matched rather than mismatched, when her fragility had previously defined their relationship and had previously created constant concern about her safety, that her transformation had eliminated permanently. Renemé's vocabulary and understanding developing within weeks rather than within years demonstrated her hybrid nature and demonstrated her intelligence that exceeded human infant capabilities. Her ability to communicate through her gift and her rapid acquisition of language, allowing her to express complex thoughts and allowing her to participate in family conversations despite chronological age that was measured in weeks rather than in years or decades. Jacob's constant presence as Renesmee's protector created strange family dynamic where Werewolf, who had loved Bella romantically, was now devoted to Bella's daughter through imprint that made him family member and made him essential component of Renesmee's security and Renesmee's happiness. Charlie's suspicion about Bella's illness and transformation required careful management when his law enforcement training and his paternal concern made him more observant and made him more difficult to deceive than Renee, whose scattered nature made her easier to mislead through vague explanations and through redirection. The compromise allowing Charlie limited contact with Bella and with Renesmee without full knowledge of vampire nature represented balancing of secrecy requirements with Bella's desire to maintain relationship with father, who had been constant supportive presence throughout her human life and who deserved continued connection despite supernatural circumstances that prevented complete honesty about what had happened to his daughter. Bella's joy in her new existence exceeded what she had anticipated during human life when transformation had been abstract future rather than concrete present. Her vampire capabilities and her vampire senses making immortality feel like upgrade rather than like curse, despite Edward's century of insistence that vampire nature was damnation. Her strength making her Edward's equal rather than his fragile charge. Her excellent control eliminating constant fear of her death through accident or through his loss of control. Her family intact with addition of daughter who should have been impossible, but who was perfect culmination of Bella's choices and Bella's sacrifices across years of loving vampire and across months of choosing motherhood over safety, created happiness that her human life had never quite achieved, despite moments of joy that had punctuated her mortality. The discovery that transformation had enhanced her natural clumsiness's opposite. By giving her supernatural grace and supernatural coordination created ironic satisfaction when human Bella, who had tripped over flat surfaces and who had been physically awkward throughout her mortal existence, was now vampire Bella, who moved with perfect balance and who never stumbled, and who possessed physical capabilities that made her previous limitations seem like distant memory from different person's life. Her completion of transformation from ordinary human girl to extraordinary vampire, whose gifts and whose control redefined what newborn vampires could achieve, created foundation for believing that future would be peaceful and would be happy. Despite supernatural complications that previous years had demonstrated were inevitable when loving vampires and when living in a world where ancient powers maintain order through enforcement that might eventually notice Cullen family and might eventually create problems that current peace temporarily concealed. December of 2007 brought Irina Denali's chance sighting of Renesmee from distance, while Cullens were in forest clearing. Her observation of child, whose appearance suggested vampire nature frozen at transformation age, creating immediate horror and creating immediate assumption that Cullens had violated most serious vampire law by creating immortal child, whose existence threatened entire vampire civilization secrecy through uncontrollable behavior that had historically resulted in exposure and resulted in massacres that drew human attention and drew human resistance to vampire presence. Immortal children in vampire history represented catastrophic failures of judgment by vampires who had transformed young children, believing that eternal youth would be gift rather than curse. The frozen mental development and the uncontrollable tantrums and the inability to learn discipline or learn restraint, making immortal children fundamentally dangerous in ways that no amount of supervision or training could adequately address. When their vampire strength combined with toddler or child emotional regulation created beings capable of devastating violence during moments of frustration or anger. The Volturi's absolute enforcement against immortal children involved destroying both child and creators without trial and without opportunity for explanation when existence of immortal child was considered so dangerous and so threatening to vampire secrecy that immediate elimination was only acceptable response regardless of circumstances or regardless of creators' intentions or creators' ignorance about why transforming children was forbidden by laws that had been established after multiple exposure incidents and after multiple situations where immortal children's behavior had nearly revealed vampire existence to human authorities, whose investigation would threaten all vampires if exposure occurred. The historical precedent involved villages being slaughtered to cover up immortal child's rampage, and involved vampire creators being destroyed alongside their creations as punishment and as deterrent against future violations that would create similar dangers. Irina's journey to Volterra to report violation was motivated partly by civic duty to report law-breaking that threatened all vampires, and partly by her unresolved grief over Laurent's death, and partly by her anger at Cullens, whose alliance with werewolves had resulted in Laurent's destruction when he had been visiting area and when he had encountered wolfpack that had killed him despite his claimed peaceful intentions. Her mixed motivations created situation where personal revenge and genuine concern for vampire security aligned to produce accusation that would bring full Volturi force to Forks to investigate and to punish what they believed was clear violation of law that existed specifically to prevent exposure risks that immortal children represented. The Volturi's decision to come personally rather than sending guard to investigate demonstrated Aro's interest in finally confronting Cullens and finally having legitimate reason to either destroy family whose independence sometimes seemed to challenge Volturi authority, or to recruit family members whose gifts Aro had coveted since learning about Edward's telepathy and Alice's precognition and other remarkable abilities the vegetarian coven had accumulated across decades. Their preparation involved assembling entire guard, including members who rarely left Volterra. The massive force representing both genuine response to serious accusation and representing opportunity to demonstrate Volturi power to witnesses who would spread stories about their strength and about their willingness to enforce laws regardless of relationships or regardless of respect that existed between Aro and Carlisle, despite their philosophical differences about vampire nature and about appropriate vampire behavior. Alice's vision of Volturi approach with entire guard and Alice's vision of battle outcome showing Cullen destruction created crisis that required immediate action and required strategic planning that would either prevent confrontation or would prepare for confrontation with sufficient force that survival became possible, rather than being guaranteed failure against superior numbers. Her sudden departure with Jasper leaving only cryptic note created confusion and created sense of abandonment when Alice's precognition was usually used to help family prepare for dangers rather than being reason for her to flee. Her actions suggesting that staying would result in her destruction or would result in circumstances that her visions showed as worse than abandoning family during their greatest crisis. Carlisle's plan to gather witnesses who would testify that Renesmee was not immortal child, but was hybrid, who was growing and maturing unlike immortal children, whose development was frozen at transformation age, represented strategic approach to preventing battle through providing evidence that would disprove Irina's accusation and would demonstrate that no law had been violated when Renesmee's nature was fundamentally different from immortal children whose creation was forbidden. The worldwide search for vampire witnesses required calling in centuries of Carlisle's friendships and required asking vampires to risk themselves by standing against Volturi, even as witnesses rather than as combatants, when Volturi displeasure could result in their destruction if confrontation went badly, or if Aro decided that witnesses represented conspiracy, rather than representing legitimate observers of Renesmee's true nature. The witnesses arriving at Cullen House included Denali Coven minus Irina, whose accusation had initiated crisis, their arrival representing their loyalty to Carlisle despite their sister's betrayal, and despite their recognition that standing with Cullens might result in their destruction if Volturi interpreted their presence as opposition rather than as testimony. The Irish Coven's arrival brought Swan, whose gift for influencing outcomes through determination and through will made her valuable ally beyond simple witness testimony, her presence suggesting that she believed confrontation could be survived and could be won through combination of evidence and through supernatural abilities that Cullens possessed. The Egyptian Coven's arrival brought Benjamin, whose elemental manipulation and whose other gifts made him formidable witness, whose testimony would carry weight and whose capabilities would provide tactical advantages if testimony proved insufficient and if confrontation escalated to violence. The Amazon Coven's arrival brought Zafrina, whose gift for creating visual illusions and whose fierce loyalty to Carlisle made her willing to stand against Volturi despite their overwhelming power. Her presence along with Kachiri and Senna demonstrating that Carlyle's friendships and Carlyle's centuries of traveling and helping other vampires had created a network of allies who would risk themselves for him and for his family when crisis required support. The nomads Peter and Charlotte arriving from their wandering represented Jasper's friendships and represented their recognition that Volturi overreach threatened all vampires whose independence might be challenged if Oro's authority went unchecked by resistance or by demonstration that his power was not absolute. The assembly of over 30 vampires at Cullen House represented most numerous gathering outside Volturi in vampire civilization's history. The collection of witnesses from multiple continents and from multiple covens creating unprecedented coalition that would observe Renesmee and would testify about her growth and her nature to Volturi, whose judgment would determine whether testimony was accepted or whether accusations would stand despite evidence. The explanation to witnesses about Renesmee's hybrid nature and about her growth and her development required demonstrating her capabilities and required allowing witnesses to observe her over days or weeks depending on their arrival timing, her aging being visible even across short observation periods when her development was progressing at pace that measured weeks as equivalent to months or years of human childhood. The witnesses' testimony preparation involved each vampire confirming their observation of Renesmee's growth and confirming their assessment that she was not immortal child, whose development was frozen but was hybrid, whose maturation was ongoing, and whose humanity was evident in ways that pure vampire would not display. The variety of witnesses and the variety of their observations created a comprehensive picture that Volturi would have difficulty dismissing when testimony came from vampires whose experience and whose credibility were established across centuries of existence and across their various roles in vampire civilization that predated current crisis. December 31st, 2007 brought Volturi arrival with 40 guard members, including Jane and Alec and Dimitri and Felix, whose presence represented Volturi's most dangerous weapons and most capable fighters. The massive force demonstrating that Volturi were prepared for battle, rather than simply being prepared for investigation when their numbers exceeded what would be required for destroying a single family accused of creating a mortal child. Aro and Marcus and Caius, personally leading guard, demonstrated unprecedented commitment when Volturi leaders rarely left Volterra together, and when their presence suggested that this confrontation was significant beyond simple law enforcement or simple destruction of lawbreakers. The confrontation in Snowy Meadow created tableau where two armies faced each other across clearing with Renesmee as focal point, whose existence was either violation requiring destruction or was unprecedented hybrid whose nature fell outside existing laws that had never contemplated possibility of vampire human children. The Cullens positioning with their witnesses created formation that demonstrated they were prepared to defend Renesmee and were prepared to fight if testimony proved insufficient to prevent Volturi attack, their readiness for battle being message that they would not surrender without resistance even though mathematics of combat suggested they would lose against superior Volturi numbers and superior Volturi experience. Aro's request to examine Edward's memories through his gift of reading complete thoughts and complete history through touch provided opportunity for Volturi leader to witness Renesmee's conception and birth and development through Edward's perspective. his viewing of these memories showing Bella's pregnancy, and showing Renesmee's emergence, and showing her subsequent growth across months since her birth in September. The memories provided evidence that Irina's accusation was based on misidentification rather than on actual violation. Renesmee's nature being fundamentally different from immortal children, whose frozen development and whose lack of control made them dangerous in ways that a hybrid child whose growth and whose discipline were evident did not represent. Aro's fascination with Bella's shield, blocking all mental gifts, created additional interest beyond simply resolving current crisis. His recognition that Bella's defensive capabilities would be extraordinary asset to Volturigard, making her valuable beyond her role as Edward's wife or her role as Renesmee's mother. His request to examine Bella's thoughts through his gift and his discovery that even his reading could not penetrate her shield confirmed her immunity was comprehensive and was unchanged by transformation from human to vampire, her protection being enhancement of human ability rather than being entirely new gift that transformation had created. Jane's attempt to torture Cullens with pain illusioned that was Jane's gift, and that was Volturi's standard method for controlling opponents and for punishing resistance. Failed when Bella's shield protected not just herself, but protected others whose proximity to her meant they were covered by projection of her defensive gift. The failure visible to all witnesses demonstrated that Volturi's most feared weapon was useless against opponent whose shield could block mental attacks. Jane's shock and Jane's fury at her powerlessness creating moment where Volturi vulnerability was exposed to vampires who had previously believed that Jane's gift made Volturi unstoppable in any confrontation. Alec's attempt to use sensory deprivation fog that removed all sensation and all awareness from victim caught in his mist represented Volturi's secondary weapon that typically succeeded when Jane's pain failed to control opponents, his gift being considered more powerful than Jane's because his victims could not fight or resist when their consciousness was completely disconnected from their senses and from their ability to perceive environment. Bella's shield stopping Alec's fog and preventing it from reaching Cullens and witnesses demonstrated that her protection extended to blocking even most powerful mental attacks that Volturi possessed. The failure of both Jane and Alec representing tactical shift, where Volturi's usual advantages were neutralized by a single vampire, whose defensive gift changed power dynamics and changed calculations about confrontation's likely outcome. The witness testimonies began with vampires stepping forward to describe their observations of Renesmee and to confirm their assessment that she was growing and maturing unlike immortal children whose development was frozen. The multiple independent testimonies from vampires who had no reason to lie and who had risked themselves by coming to stand with Cullens, creating weight of evidence that Irina's accusation was incorrect. The testimonies described Renesmee's intelligence and described her communication through her gift and described her physical growth across observation periods ranging from days to weeks, depending on when particular witness had arrived and had begun observing child whose development was visible even across short time frames. Irina's execution for false accusation occurred swiftly and occurred brutally. The Volturi's demonstration of power and punishment representing their standard enforcement approach and representing their message that accusations required certainty and required evidence rather than distant observation that might be misinterpreted. her destruction despite Cullen's attempts to argue for mercy, and despite witnesses' recognition that her mistake was honest error rather than malicious deception, demonstrated that Volturi justice was absolute and was final when laws had been invoked and when accusations had been made, regardless of whether accusations proved accurate or whether they proved mistaken. The Denali Coven's grief at watching their sister destroyed created tension, where witnesses who had come to support Cullen suddenly had reason to hate Volturi, and had reason to question whether standing with Cullens had been worth cost when family members' death was price for their alliance. Kate and Tanya's restraint, despite their fury and their grief, demonstrated their discipline and demonstrated their recognition that attacking Volturi to avenge Irina would result in their own destruction, and would result in failure to protect Renesmee, whose survival was more important than revenge against leaders who had executed their sister according to laws that all vampires were supposed to follow. Alice's and Jasper's return with Nahuel and Huilen represented culmination of Alice's planning, and represented evidence that would finally convince Volturi that Renesmee represented no threat and represented no violation when other hybrids existed, and when those hybrids' existence proved that hybrid nature was not dangerous in ways that immortal children were dangerous. Nahuel's appearance as 150-year-old half-vampire demonstrated that hybrids reached maturity and stabilized rather than continuing to age indefinitely or dying young from accelerated aging that might have characterized unstable hybrid nature. His survival across century and a half, proving that Renesmee's existence would not result in early death and would not result in exposure risks that Volturi laws were designed to prevent. Nahuel's testimony about hybrid nature included explanation of 7-year growth period to physical maturity, followed by stabilization, where aging stopped, and where hybrid achieved immortality comparable to full vampire's immortality, even though hybrid nature included human elements, including warmth and including heartbeat, that pure vampires lacked. His description of venomous bite that hybrids possessed, and his description of other hybrid abilities demonstrated that vampire-human children were not helpless and were not weak despite their partial humanity. Their capabilities, including vampire gifts and including vampire strength, even though full vampire strength exceeded hybrid strength during newborn period, when temporary power advantage made pure vampires formidable. His mention of his father Joham, who had created multiple hybrid children through impregnating human women and abandoning them to die during births that hybrid pregnancies made lethal, created moral dimension, where Nahuel's existence was evidence of hybrid safety, but was also evidence of vampire predation and vampire cruelty that had killed multiple women to satisfy Joham's curiosity about creating hybrid race. Huilen's testimony as Nahuel's aunt, who had been transformed to save her life after Nahuel's birth, had killed her sister, confirmed that hybrid pregnancies were lethal to human mothers unless vampire transformation saved them. Bella's survival through Edward's transformation, representing typical outcome where mother died during delivery unless vampire intervention occurred. Aro's acceptance of evidence and Aro's decision not to fight occurred after extensive examination of Nahuel and after extensive questioning about hybrid nature and about hybrid capabilities. His satisfaction with answers and his recognition that Renesmee represented no legal violation, creating a situation where battle became unnecessary, and where Volturi could retreat without loss of face when evidence had proven accusations incorrect. Caius's frustration at being denied violence and Caius's arguments for destroying Cullens anyway, despite lack of legal justification, demonstrated that some Volturi members wanted confrontation regardless of evidence. But Aro's pragmatic calculation that battle would cost too many guard members and would cost too much political capital, when witnesses would spread story of Volturi backing down, made retreat more strategically sound than fighting would be. The Volturi's departure, witnessed by 30 vampires, damaged their reputation for invincibility and damaged their claim that their authority was absolute and unchallengeable. The confrontation demonstrating that sufficient resistance and sufficient evidence could force their retreat when previously vampire civilization had believed that Volturi decisions were final and were enforced regardless of opposition. The witnesses' dispersal to their various territories and their inevitable sharing of story about how Cullens had assembled coalition and had successfully opposed Volturi would create ripples throughout vampire civilization, where previously unchallenged authority would now be questioned, and where Volturi's power would be recognized as significant but not unlimited. Bella's role as protector, whose shield had neutralized Jane and Alec, proved her value beyond her role as Cullen family member. Her gift demonstrating that defensive capabilities could shift power dynamics and could change outcomes in confrontations where offensive gifts and physical strength had previously determined victory. Her shield's projection to cover multiple allies simultaneously created tactical advantage that made Cullens and their witnesses more formidable than their individual capabilities would suggest. The collective protection allowing them to fight without fear of mental attacks that had previously made Volturi seem unstoppable when Jane and Alec could incapacitate opponents before physical combat began. Alice's explanation after Volturi departed revealed that her journey to find Nahuel had been necessary because her visions had shown that only hybrid evidence would convince Aro and would prevent battle that would have destroyed Cullens despite their witnesses and despite their gifts when Volturi numbers and Volturi experience would eventually overcome resistance if battle had actually occurred. Her abandonment of family during crisis had been strategic necessity rather than being cowardice or being betrayal. Her faith in future and her faith in her visions guiding her to find evidence that would save family when staying would have meant dying alongside them without changing outcome. The witnesses' departure and their expressions of continued alliance created a network of relationships that extended Cullen influence beyond their immediate family and beyond their immediate territory. The vampires who had risked themselves to stand with Cullens, creating bonds that future crises might activate and creating coalition that might serve as counterbalance to Volturi authority if future confrontations required opposition to policies or required opposition to enforcement actions that seemed unjust or seemed motivated by politics rather than by genuine concern for vampire civilization's welfare. The family's relief and their recognition that they had survived impossible odds through combination of Bella's gift and Alice's planning and witnesses' courage created gratitude and created awareness that their continued existence depended on supernatural abilities and depended on relationships that Carlyle had built across centuries of traveling and helping other vampires. Bella's transformation from fragile human to powerful vampire whose gift had been crucial for family survival represented validation of her choices and represented vindication of her insistence on becoming a vampire despite Edward's resistance and despite conventional wisdom, suggesting that vampire existence was curse rather than blessing. And so, Bella's transformation completes from ordinary girl in Phoenix, who moved to Forks, seeking nothing more than allowing her mother happiness, to immortal vampire, whose shield protected her family from powers that had ruled vampire civilization for 3,000 years. Her journey, demonstrating that strength she never believed she possessed, was always present, waiting for circumstances that would reveal capabilities that human fragility had concealed, but that vampire transformation had made manifest. Her choices defined her character more than her nature, defined her limitations, choosing Edward over safety, and choosing pregnancy over survival, and choosing transformation over humanity, representing decisions that should have destroyed her, but that instead remade her into protector, whose gifts and whose unprecedented control proved she was always meant for immortal existence that fit her better than mortality ever had. Forever stretches ahead with Edward and with Renesmee, and with family she built through loving absolutely and through sacrificing willingly. Her shield protecting those she loves from ancient powers, while her control protecting humans from her nature. Ordinary girl becoming extraordinary vampire, whose transformation changed not just her existence but changed vampire world's power structures through demonstrating that love and determination could overcome forces that had seemed unchallengeable. Rest now, carried by her journey from weakness to strength, from mortality to immortality, from protected to protector. May you find peace in transformation and find strength in love that transcends nature. Sleep well, Twilight Souls. Good night.